Добро утро на всички.
Good morning,
Уважаеми колеги, приятели,
dear colleagues,
участници
friends, participants in our initiative, participants in today's conference. I have the pleasure to open this conference on behalf of the organizers, the Democracy Studies Center, the Center for Study of Democracy. A technical announcement: there is simultaneous translation. Channel 2 is English and channel 1 is Bulgarian. If you need simultaneous translation, you may take a pair of receivers. And a second technical announcement: this direction to the toilet. And now, moving forward as to the agenda, we are so glad that this conference room is full of attendees, and I hope there will be lively discussions following the presentations, and I hope when we finish up there will be proposals and comments on how we can contribute further to prevent xenophobia, racism and other intolerance phenomena, and how we can contribute to integrating foreigners and migrants. I have the pleasure to moderate this first panel, and we'll later on speak about this initiative. But first of all, I would like to pass the floor on to Mr. Matthias Levert, representative of UNHCR in Bulgaria.
Very much.
Благодаря ви много.
Welcome everybody to Cold Sofia. My name is Matthias Levert. I'm the UNHCR representative in Bulgaria. I've been working with UNHCR for more than 25 years. I may not be an expert on racism, but certainly an expert on the result of it. When refugees flee, they do so for reasons of race, religion, nationality. You know the definition. And how ironic and worrying it is that when they come to Europe, these are exactly the same reasons why, again, they're confronted with discrimination, marginalization, even violence. In that sense, persecution is a manifestation of racism, of xenophobia, of intolerance. So it's a universal problem, whether it's in a country that people are fleeing or whether it's a country where they are seeking protection. A problem of nationalism, protectionism, even fascism. What to do about it? In Bulgaria in 2014, we were trying to get 10 asylum seekers to attend school, and there was tremendous resistance, particularly from the Bulgarian parents of the schools where these children would end up. Parents were saying that they were afraid the children would spread disease, their parents would be terrorists. Particularly the Ministry of Education in Bulgaria took a step and said, no, we can make this happen. They talked to the schools, they talked to the parents, and in the end these children were able to go to school. We fast forward 2017, 2018, the Ministry of Education has continued this and has changed laws and bylaws, and the percentage of children, asylum-seeking children, being able to access school has dramatically risen. It's now close to 60-70%. I'm telling this story because I think what we learn from this is that there is a possibility to fight prejudice. There's a possibility to fight racism. It takes courage to do what is right. But what is also important is it didn't only change the lives of these children and their parents and their refugee community. It changed the lives of the Bulgarian children who went to school with them and their parents and their community, and it has had a tremendous positive impact on those communities, not just in Sofia, but also in Harmony, where there is the largest refugee center in Bulgaria. Now, there are a lot of universities engaged in this particular project. And my appeal is that universities should not only be helpful for research. Universities are breeding grounds for lots of new ideas. What we're trying to do in Bulgaria is to reach out to every single university so that we can speak to the students. I've talked to many ministers, deputy ministers in Bulgaria. They're much, much younger than me. This means that the students of today, in less than 10 years, may be ministers and deputy ministers, making policy. So this is a very interesting audience to reach out to. To educate, but also to engage in activism. Most of the emails that UNHCR gets in Bulgaria are requests from people saying, how can I help? So I think that the point I'm trying to make is that racism is not something we are born with inherently. This is something that we're taught. It is very easy to be taught. It's much, much more difficult to be untaught. But if there is one thing that would be a key to it, in my mind, it would be education. To fight racism and xenophobia is to fight ignorance and prejudices. We had we do a survey every year in Bulgaria about the attitudes of the population against refugees. You can imagine that it's not very positive. The extremes are changing, though. This is interesting. There is the majority of let's say persuadables is becoming bigger. So the extremes against refugees is slightly changing. But what is most interesting perhaps is 94% of Bulgarians have not met a refugee ever. And maybe that will change things if they do meet someone. And when I talk about education, I don't talk about necessarily just learning things, but it's to how to critically think, how to check facts, how to not mindlessly inherit and adopt second-hand opinions, but really think for yourself. That's why I think these types of events are so crucial. The last thing I want to say is that we tend as civil society organizations working in this field to preach to the converted. That's nice, but not very useful. We have to preach to the non-converted. The Pope last week tried. I don't know how successful he was, but I think if you have famous people like the Pope come up with very simple messages of humanity and tolerance, it has resonance, including in Bulgaria. It has had an impact, and I think this is what we can also learn from. We're maybe not as famous as the Pope, but we can learn from the simplicity of these core messages of humanity. So I wish you a great deliberation, and thank you very much for coming to beautiful Sofia.
Благодаря на господин Матайс Лерот за това, че от позицията на непосредствения си опит направо ни въведе в проблемите и предизвикателствата, както и в насоките за действието на тези предизвикателства.
And the recommendations that will help us overcome. Now, before we move forward, as per the agenda, I would like to say that the Center for Study of Democracy, together with universities and research centers and associations from various member states, but also in cooperation with regional institutions and also from abroad, we've been working on this initiative for prevention and counteracting xenophobia, racism, through social orientation of foreigners mainly, and some comments about this initiative and mostly the major conclusions from our work for the incorporating tolerance and mutual respect in language, tuition, and social orientation of foreigners will be now described and summarized by my colleague Mariana Ilcheva, senior analyst from the Center for Study of Democracy. And then we will move to panel 1. Hello, on my behalf. I will try to be as brief as possible, and my introductory narrative will be an address to all the others who will be taking the floor following my presentation. You can see the agenda. The moderators are Maria and myself. We'll have 2 panels and an introduction to each panel. The introduction will be made by representatives of our partnering organizations. They are researchers in the field of migration and integration. We will not be speaking abundantly today. The stakeholders will be taking the floor today because they come from Bulgaria, but they also come from other countries that we partner with, and they will be taking the floor to share their experience with what they do. They come from bigger countries and then smaller countries that have different degree of advancement in the integration processes. And to start, I will tell you a few words about our initiative that officially will be finalized this week with this conference. The name of our initiative is Raccombat, comes from racism and combat. It deals with integration of foreigners through social orientation, because we believe this serves as means for prevention of racism, xenophobia, and intolerance. This initiative was spanned over 22 months. We had partners from 6 member states. It was a consortium that we were presiding over. We from the Center for Study of Democracy. Pro Refugio was one of the partners, the Constitutional Law Center from Greece, from Providus from Latvia. Then fourthly, the Antwerp Migration Study Institute from Belgium, and also, last but not least, the Human Rights University Center from Graz, Austria. But we were able to study the experience of several other member states: Estonia, Lithuania, Cyprus, the Netherlands, Portugal, and Germany, and their social integration centers. Details are uploaded on the site of our initiative that you will see as a final slide. Our initiative, as I said, continued for 22 months and had 4 stages: research stages, and practical stages. We made an overview of the systems for social orientation in this broader list of countries that are listed in the first bullet, and then we performed an analysis of the legal elements therein, to what extent the schemes available for social orientation are able to provide practical tools for integration and inclusion of refugees and migrants. And then we collected good practices from all partnering states and from other countries as well. And we ended up by elaborating guidelines for including tolerance in every stage of the integration of migrants and refugees. We also carried out trainings in all the partnering countries, and we've gathered here today today at this event because it's the final event of our initiative. Now, within the review, when I explain about the review and the analysis, I will tell you what the conclusions were for Bulgaria, mainly because I believe that they will be most interesting for our audience, but I will pass the floor to colleagues from other countries to tell you about the conclusions for their countries as well. You know that in Bulgarian legislation there are provisions for obligations and rights, but mostly for those who seek asylum. There are several others for the integration regulation, but more or less they're on paper only. There are not regular or systematic modules for social orientation to focus on what we focused, but you will hear what the initiatives are. There are initiatives related to initial adaptation that are organized by the Bulgarian Refugee Agency. There are projects that are financed with different tools, and there are also the efforts of different NGOs, Bulgarian language courses, information sessions, festivals, etc., various other initiatives that we will hear about today. There are other initiatives related to people who are seeking and receiving protection, but they're more or less for the social workers from different municipalities and not for the foreigners themselves. And in our analysis, we made a conclusion that foreigners have a number of unmet expectations for information mostly, and information should be delivered systematically, regularly in the format of courses and modules that provide for their orientation. Now, within the overview of the systems for social orientation, we've given different examples, we believe useful examples from other member states, and my colleagues from other member states will talk about this in details, and we will see that in different other countries, the social orientation courses have different target groups. Those who have been seeking and receiving international protection, but also foreigners coming through other various channels, and also citizens of our member states. Our colleagues will tell you that citizens of the member states also participate in different courses because they too have to be prepared to be able to be part of a successfully receiving society. It's good that there are other responsible institutions. In Bulgaria, the focus is on municipalities, and in Romania, for example, the main institution is the Ministry of Interior. In Latvia, it's the Ministry of Culture, and also in other agencies that deal with migration and integration. What we believe is very valuable, something that has to happen in Bulgaria, but still, first of all, conceptually, is that along with practical information of how we in Bulgaria live, many of the integration systems they are based on big, voluminous papers and documents that have been compiled by teams of university professors or practitioners, and in them they are the foundation documents and papers that indeed say that social orientation should provide practical information, but also values that lie in the constitution, intercultural contact information. And these elements of the integration system are conceptual. It's a good foundation. But still, it's on paper and not practically available. the guidelines for further development of the integration systems, guidelines that we can surely avail of, we listed as a first priority. First of all, we need guidelines for concept of projection of the route that every migrant has to go, has to take, wherein social orientation, career orientation should be part of, and my colleagues will be later on talking about this. We have representatives from Austria and Belgium, wherein the social orientation systems are much more advanced. It's good that we were able to list a number of mentorship programs, and we are on the right track in Bulgaria, and Latvia and Portugal also have good examples of this. And then the ubiquitous coverage of the one-stop shop element is also extremely important, because, as we discussed previously, the administrative burden is much relieved for Bulgarians and for newcomers from other countries, foreigners that come. This is something good. It's good to be able to provide different services as a one-stop shop service, because they will not have to go many places to get one service done. We also the financing in different member states, whether and what is sufficient or not sufficient, but we discuss how what format it takes, whether from the national budget or from different grants or co-financing or other. You will also hear that occasionally in different member states there are exams that are organized both for languages and for basic social requirements and expectations in the Netherlands. And there are even more sophisticated systems, such as the one in Belgium. You will hear about it later today. The analysis of legal instruments, legal elements, made us conclude on several major things. First of all, we said that social orientation and teaching rights and obligations should become a priority of the interinstitutional bodies that get together to coordinate the migration and integration processes. And different authority and rights and obligations of all institutions should be formulated. The State Refugee Agency, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Education and Science, the Ministry of Interior, and many other institutions that are represented here today, because every stakeholder has their own important role in a good integration process. We also gave a recommendation for more explicit and clear provisions in the integration regulation, because it is not enough to mention that the foreigner should abide by their rights and obligations. We need to also state therein who will teach this foreigner what their rights and obligations are, and who will observe and monitor that they later on do what's expected. Connections should be sought for, as Mr. Leroux said. We need to also reach out to the higher secondary education and the higher education systems, because we need to educate students and school children on what tolerance means, what mutual respect means, because thus the connection, the bridge will be much more logical. We will be able to educate Bulgarian citizens, adults as well. We need to also stipulate the instructions for the Bulgarian language exam, because it does not only cover language skills, but also skills in social life in Bulgaria. They are lacking. Then civil education in tolerance should be should be included in the adaptation sessions that are carried out in the State Refugee Agency. And with regard to the anti-discriminatory bodies, the police and the related, because we tend to think of them as something separate, we need to change the mindset. We will hear from the discussions today, and we'll hear from the experience of other member states. There should be special guidelines on how they work with foreigners and migrants, because what we discovered was that they're not prepared sufficiently to protect the rights of a vulnerable community, such as foreigners and migrants, to the fullest. And we will hear about good practices, both from Bulgaria and from other countries. We've prepared a subjective selection of these examples. They're quite diverse, actually, and you can read all about them in this grey book. We will speak about houses of bread and their events, and we will also hear about the detailed articles and publication on the topic of social orientation and integration that are often paid. They're carried out in the Netherlands, but we also Stuytveen Weichensteldert from Austria is a great example. We will hear about this before lunch break. We'll hear about different NGO initiatives in all of our partnering countries, but also in the other countries whose experience we studied. A factor that unites us all among these diverse good practices is something that can be formulated as a conclusion. And the conclusion is that there is a constructive, beneficial, fruitful partnership between agencies, institutions, and NGOs, because nobody should be left outside the integration, but also that we can see that there is political will for social integration, because this is, along with all other, a political process. In order to be able to prepare migrants for a good life in the receiving society, there should be, by all means, political will. Description of our good practices, photo examples, and illustrations you can see on the website of our Raccombat initiative. Examples for good practices are given on this slide. The Start Vienna induction days, Cyprus example, also the bakeries, the bread houses that we will hear about this afternoon, and the guidelines that are also included in your grade books. There are several conceptual issues that are therein formulated, and we drafted them together with our partners from other organizations. They will say a few words as part of their presentations. We spoke about the need, we discussed the need on including tolerance and mutual respect issue in every stage and format of the integration process, because usually even experts ask, what can we say about the basic rights, say in the format of a language course? Is this not simply a language course? Well, no, it's not merely a language course. In Bulgaria, when we carry out these language courses, we have examples of teaching not only language but also safety rules, health issues, even interaction with the police authorities, what the foreigners should do, where and how. We also discussed the models that are governed by the state and governed by the NGOs. We know that there are initiatives and models that are state government-oriented. There are principles, instructions, and guidelines and programs that are adopted from top to bottom, from the government to downwards. And as in Bulgaria, we have the NGO model We spoke also about tolerance and mutual respect as part of the crisis intervention. This was much developed by our partners from Greece. Mrs. Konstantinos will speak about this in a few minutes' time. And we spoke of teaching basic rights as part of the established integration systems, and we will hear our colleagues from Belgium speaking about this. We also included a chapter on tolerance and mutual respect as part of language training and the culture orientation training. Colleagues from Latvia will speak about this, and next teaching skills of what the basic rights are as part of other institutions' works. Colleagues from Romania will take over to tell us about this. And last but not least, the conclusions and the recommendations, and I will tell you what they are to see if there's any feedback from you. Guidelines, recommendations. I'm not only asking questions now. Hopefully there will be answers. And the first question is whether or not all integration functions should be vested in the state, or some of them should be carried out by NGOs. What is the work of the state, and what is the work of NGOs? Pushed by different factors, is the country, is the state ignoring the significance, the importance of their role, and should it all go to NGOs or not? And what functions should be transferred over to NGOs, naturally substantiated with good financing, and what activities are the NGOs more fit to carry out? Another question is, how can we teach basic rights along with other rights and needs of foreigners? Now, we are past this issue in Bulgaria, but several years ago we've been asking this question. What is the algorithm? We need to first accommodate foreigners, to take care of their health and education, their children next, and then their job. And where should we include basic rights in this complicated, sophisticated process? Another question within the framework of now established integration system, and our colleagues from Belgium asked this question: how can we provide for credible information on a case-by-case basis? Because it turns out that basic rights issues can get lost among all other issues: social orientation, education, healthcare, and occasionally the basic rights are not sufficiently paid attention to. Another question is, how can we, as part of the language courses and culture orientation, how can we avail of the fact that there are always language courses? Can we use this, that language courses are always available for foreigners? Can we teach rights and obligations within the format of language courses? And can we integrate, last but not least, the issue of fundamental rights in the work and courses provided by other institutions? Yesterday even, we discussed another question. Can the police be involved in the integration processes and teaching integration of foreigners? Is the work of the police only reactive, or can it be included even earlier in this process? Those are the questions that we've been asking all along, and their information is uploaded on all these three sites in our Center for Study of Democracy. You can find all the materials or documents related to the initiative. Thank you very much for your attention. We move on to the presentation of the first panel, and there will be a Q&A session right after the end of the first panel.
Thank you, Mirjana, for drawing the main conclusions and raising the main issues that we will deal with. And despite the diversity in the answers, I think that all of us here share the understanding that integration and social orientation is a complex process, but not only, it's also a bilateral or multilateral process, because there's a role for many parties, the government level, the local institutions, the organization of the civil sector, the central local level, the citizens of the receiving country, and the foreigners, no matter what we call them, migrants, refugees. So from this reference point, we'll be seeking best practices, and we can move now to the first panel that will deal with integration and social orientation of foreigners as a challenge for central level institutions. The introduction will be made by Dr. Isabella Meyer, who is a researcher at the European Training and Research Center for Human Rights and Democracy from Graz, Austria. You have the floor, Dr. Meyer. So you have the floor.
Issue of the challenges, as Maria announced. So, and as Miriana already said, during our research, we somehow identified two different systems of state or NGO-driven duties in the field of integration and orientation. The state-led model is more common in those countries who have long-term or rather long-term experience as destination countries for migrants. State-led models somehow institutionalize these duties to integration and orientation by defining a legal relationship between the state and the migrants. And defining legally the mutual rights and obligations. For example, in Austria, we have this the state institution, which is the Austrian Integration Funds, and the Austrian Integration Funds defines the duties and the obligations of the migrants, and also commits the state to provide the integration and orientation services to the migrants. The migrants have to declare by signature that they will take all the integration and orientation measures and also learn the language, of course, and pass the exams. So the state-led systems somehow legally equip state institutions with the provision of these services. In Austria, for example, the Austrian Integration Funds provides language and social orientation courses, and also develops the curricula for the language and orientation courses. This means that this way the state ensures a coherent and consistent approach in terms of orientation and integration. Which means all over the country, all over Austria, the migrants learn somehow similar content. A main advantage in this is not only the coherence, but also the accessibility of these services, as the migrants are legally obliged to take part in these courses. So this way it's ensured that all non-nationals get the information, get the orientation. So this is the main advantage of this system. The main disadvantage of this system is that the issues of our project, namely concretely providing information on non-discrimination, racism, and providing the newcomers with information on how to act against it, on how to identify it if they are affected by it themselves, practically is not so much an issue in these courses. So these courses more deal with how to behave correctly. So the approach behind this is a little bit that the non-nationals are the duty bearers. They have to be prevented from acting against our values. So the content of our project, Raccombat, is not so much dealt with in these courses. So, on the other hand, the courses are called value courses, but in fact, they are taught on how to behave in society. For example, it says, gender equality is a value, is an important value in Austrian society, which is in fact not the case. As you know, it's more a societal ideal. Of course, it is enshrined by law, but how it is in practice, everybody knows. On the other hand, we defined the NGO-led model. As Mirjana also says, these are the countries, they have not so much experience being a destination country for migrants. And these are the countries where the migration waves have exceeded the initial capacity of institutions, and where NGOs and other non-state structures take the lead in covering the short and mid-term needs of refugees and migrants. The central advantage of this system of this NGO-led system is that they are quite flexible in terms of content of courses, in terms of covering different needs of different sub-target groups, for example, women with children or young boys, adolescents, and so on. They do not want to apply a one-size-fits-all approach, but rather are flexible. NGOs have a lot of knowledge about good practices from other countries deriving from their work in international projects and so on. At the same time, they are dependent on funds and donations. They are too much influenced by political fluctuations and so on. So this is the main disadvantage. Also, the accessibility is maybe compared to the state-led model a disadvantage, because while in the state-led model the participation in these courses is mandatory. Here it is voluntarily. Okay, and then just some words to common challenges in both systems identified by our research. It is that the target group is totally heterogeneous. So the education levels is different. The language skills is different. So this is a challenge for incorporating tolerance and mutual respect during language and orientation courses. Another challenge is the traumatization and bad health condition of the target group. So this affects the ability to learn a lot. Last but not least, effectively teaching fundamental rights knowledge, respect, it needs constant contact. So providing it in the frame of a language or orientation course is maybe too short. So rather you need constant exchange, also involving the members of the host society, and it's a long-term process. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Благодаря, Изабела. Предлагам да
Thank you,
изслушаме тримата.
Isabella. I suggest we hear the three speakers in this panel, and then we will have the floor for discussion. We will move on to the presentation by an NGO, and this is the Bulgarian Council for Refugees and Migrants. It's an association working on the issue of asylum in Bulgaria. It provides lobbies in order to receive migrants in Bulgaria. And at the same time, it works on the cooperation between different institutions on the issues of the refugee policies and practice. So With these words, I'd like to pass on the floor to Vladimir Milev, who is the coordinator, the project coordinator in this organization. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'd like to thank Dr. Meyer for mentioning the word values, because values have to be a leading element in preventing racism and xenophobia, because sometimes when you do the right thing, you might lose, but strategically you will always win, because creating a supporting environment which does not creates preconditions for discrimination, but just the opposite. It brings about social transformation for our societies. First, I'd like to introduce our organization. The Bulgarian Council for Migrants and Refugees was founded in 2005 by the Bulgarian Red Cross, the Bulgarian Helsinki Committee, Caritas Bulgaria, as a platform for migration policy, protection, integration of refugees and migrants. And 1 year later, the Association for Refugees Integration joined. So having those large organizations to support us, our voice can be heard. So we can affect the social transformation of both the Bulgarian society to make it more receptive to migrants and non-nationals, and also create a system for protection of migrants and refugees. Throughout the years, we have been partnering with UNHCR, the European Union, and the Fund for Asylum, Migration, Integration, and the Dutch Foreign Ministry, the METRO program. And we'd like to thank all our partners for continuing to work with us. We are working on joint projects in the area of asylum, migration and integration. We have been very active in the period when Bulgaria was joining the European Union, and the Bulgarian system, the migrant system, was being reinforced, strengthened, and Bulgaria was prepared for membership in the European Union. And Bulgaria drew from the Dutch experience, thanks to the Dutch Foreign Ministry. We are led by the principle that integration is a rich field that provides a lot of opportunities for development, social, economic, cultural, and this can bring about long-term solutions not only for migrants and refugees, but also for the local population in Bulgaria. And analyzing opportunities, we could identify some challenges that we have to face, and also the great potential for development in terms of integration. So we can now understand how we can understand integration, and this is by accepting a common approach involving even the non-direct stakeholders. They can be engaged as well. And this is how we can draft a strategy for advocacy, and it is comprehensive. It covers central and local levels. And we also develop information resources, paper-based and online. They're very dynamic. They change depending on the amendments to the legal framework. And also we organize many advocacy events. Now, when we talk to the people that work in the front line, dealing with integration, those that will work on integration of refugees. In order to achieve integration and supporting non-discriminative environment, we need to start from the vertical dimension of advocacy, from the government, the presidency, the ministries, public authorities, public institutions, and the local authorities. This is where integration takes place, because they have the leading role in the process of integration. As Miriana mentioned, that we have an ordinance on integration, but also we need to pay attention to the vertical level, that is the Bulgarian society, because I think that the Bulgarian society is tolerant, and what we're seeing are just anomalies. They have to be overcome, working through advocacy and overcoming fears and creating supporting environment. Well, of course, in advocacy, the structures of the civil society, the NGO sector have a leading role in order to strengthen cooperation between all stakeholders and working with the refugees in the field, providing measures for integration, social orientation that can empower the migrants and refugees to fight against discrimination, of course, with the support of the Bulgarian citizens. Strengthening advocacy can happen through a structural synergy and effective structural dialogue between the stakeholders. And the main focus is again integration. And here we can answer the question that was raised at the beginning, whether all the functions should be performed by the state or delegated to NGOs. And here again, we're searching for the gold middle. If we have an effective dialogue between stakeholders from the public institutions, from the NGO sector, we can work better together, because the NGO sector has a lot of expertise that can be transferred to the municipalities, the public institutions, in order to achieve this supporting environment for integration that has a zero tolerance to discrimination. And the results should be measurable. But of course, we're not just talking about results and achievements and outcomes. We can also take the lessons learned and see where we have failed, and again reach a structural synergy between the different stakeholders. Working better together does not mean lack of competence, but it's more a strengthened partnership between all the state institutions, public institutions, and the NGO sector, and also Bulgarian citizens. This is a multi-functional approach. The sustainable mechanism for integration of citizens in Bulgaria starts with building capacity to work with migrants and refugees on both local and national level. Municipalities need to build capacity for working with migrants and create a supportive environment. Although Bulgaria is often viewed as a transit country, there's a lot of people who want to stay in Bulgaria if, of course, there's an effective mechanism for integration. The next thing that I mentioned already is the principle of working together better. The partnership between all stakeholders should be strengthened, and maybe this is not enough. We need to create trust and confidence between stakeholders so that they can work together, and depending on their expertise and experience, and of course borrowing best practices from other countries, between municipalities, between cities. There are some practices whereby integration really takes place. And this is beneficial for the local citizens. And this is a chance for development, and following this mechanism, we can achieve a social, economic development in our society. This is a chance for development. And here you can see some of our strategic publications. On the first row, they are aimed at the national level, guidelines for reception, for the procedure of non-accompanied minors, and also guidelines for integration. This is the leading issue at the moment. And integration starts with the local, on the national level policies. Many of them were drafted before Bulgaria, before Bulgaria joined the EU. And you can see our most recent publications that were developed together with the UNHCR, and these are guidelines for integration, and they're aimed at the local level, local authorities that are facing the issues of integration, and we need development in this area. And I'd like to pay special attention to the collection of best practices on integration of refugees, and this it was based on the practices of the Fund for Regional Development, which provides sustainable policies for integration that enrich the local population so they can also benefit. And we have our focus of advocacy has been on the national level so far, where integration policies are being drafted. But as mentioned already, municipalities have a leading role in the process of integration. So we, in 2017, we started developing advocacy on the local level. But we found that the communication between the local and national level fails at some point, and we need to overcome this, and you want to throw bridges between the local and the national level. And in 2017, together with the UNHCR and the Integration Department, we started dialogues with mayors from municipalities, experts, in order to help them build capacity. We wanted to understand what their fears are, what challenges they have on the local level in their municipalities. Well, how did we decide which municipalities to start from? We developed a methodology to assess the potential of municipalities in Bulgaria to create a favorable environment for integration. And these are specific criteria. We started with analyzing the demographic indicators, the population, population growth, because as you know, in Bulgaria and other European countries, there's a very small growth of population, even negative. So refugees would help fill up this demographic vacuum. Also, the availability of schools, of educational infrastructure where integration can take place, both for children and adults, how they can be supported in their development to start a new life in Bulgaria. The social and cultural indicators that demonstrate how integration can happen indirectly with stakeholders from cultural, educational, NGO sector, and how do we measure here, and how can a person be protected against discrimination and racism. And of course, the availability of NGOs in some places, and the NGOs have experience and expertise, so the municipality can delegate some of the functions to the NGO sector. And also the attitude of the local authorities and the citizens. It's an important element because not be, but actually, it's important because we can say that refugees are wanted, are really welcome, and in some cases we have brilliant examples of integration where refugees can integrate successfully in society. And of course, there are municipalities that are working on the go, and they need some support to strengthen their capacity for integration, because integration has already started. And this best practice can be used in other places. Well, of course, it's a synthesis between objective and subjective factors that help us assess the integration potential of municipalities in Bulgaria. What another gap that we filled when we shifted the focus to the local level was the lack of information about the duties and responsibilities and rights and responsibilities. And this created the need to develop a platform which is for integration of refugees in Bulgaria. And it provides references to legal documents. Also, this platform provides provides the scope of functions and responsibilities of the other authorities involved in this process, like the government sector, the all the institutions, and all those stakeholders that indirectly work with refugees. Another interesting component from this platform for integration of refugees is the mapping system. As I mentioned, it's focused on the local level, and it provides the sites, the places where refugees have access to rights equivalent to those of Bulgarian citizens, but also specific measures for their integration. And here we can again give an example of how public structures and local structures can work together in the field on the territory of Bulgarian municipalities. And the structures of the content is based on indicators for integration, legal integration, economic, social integration, but also advocacy and communication. In order to answer the question how to provide accurate information, we place on the map the places where stakeholders can receive information, accurate information about the situation with regard to the number of those seeking protection, number of refugees, and other types of information. And another component of the platform is the database. Working better together means communicating, knowing each other, having all contacts of organizations and specific persons, contact persons in any organization. The most recent initiative that we started is the email communication in order to provide accurate information when there's some important news related to building capacity or access to funding. We immediately notify municipalities and other stakeholders, and this information is strictly targeted. So if it's about access to funding, we send this information to municipalities. If it's about education or changes in the legal and educational documents, we will inform other stakeholders. And at the same time, we value, we appreciate the feedback that we get, because this provides an opportunity to give more adequate information to the municipalities. We give information about initiatives, partnerships, we also for building capacity. Another initiative is the flash information materials. We send them to everyone, but not on a regular basis. When there's some materials, news that need to be spread, we send them out to the municipalities. Another project that we've been working on is the National Mechanism for Assessment of Integration of Refugees in Bulgaria. This project measures integration of refugees following more than 150 indicators based on social and economic indicators. And this strengthens coalitions and partnership between stakeholders in the country. But it also throws bridges between people on the national level and the municipal level, and also in the international level, because this provides experience and expertise how to transfer what has been already built in Western Europe to Bulgaria, the idea is to provide growth for our society, to help migrants and refugees, and thus there will be zero tolerance to racism and xenophobia. Thank you very much. This was from me.
And thank you, Mr. Vladimir Milev, on behalf of all of our participants, for this comprehensive, detailed narrative on the position of the organization wherein he works. We will move forward to the next presentation, and it will be by Mrs. Athena Constantiniou, who is social scientist. She has long years of experience as leader of projects of different NGOs in Greece, France, and the Netherlands. And as of October 2017, Mrs. Constantiniou, she took up again the social work scientist in the Athens Development and Destination Management Agency for asylum seekers and beneficiaries of internal protection in Greece. Madam Constantiniou, the floor is yours.
I would like to explain just slightly what exactly is the Athens Development and Destination Management Agency. It's actually through this agency that the municipality of Athens is implementing several European programs, which one of which is the accommodation scheme for refugees and asylum seekers. In this project, I work as a social scientist, and I also contribute with several other activities regarding, for example, the quality control of our project and the complaint system we have implemented for beneficiaries to the program. I would first like to give you a brief presentation of the situation in Greece. I think most of you are already aware of the situation in my country. Except for the huge numbers, as people like to state, we also have, and that is something that is usually not said, we do have a tradition in receiving migrants and also in being a migrant population. This is something we tend to forget, but I would like to remind everyone that since the 19th we have been receiving non-nationals in Greece, and that is why we should have been more prepared, especially after the 2014-15 peak in newcomers, in the flow of asylum seekers and migrants coming to the country. However, there is no specific social orientation of any type at the national level. There are no obligatory language courses for migrants or any sort of a provision for migrants, asylum seekers and refugees to have access to certificating language courses, nor, as in Austria, for example, value courses and things like that. And that is why when you are a newcomer without any supporting network, it is really, really very complicated to integrate the local community. There are, as it has already said, in several EU countries, migration policies that have focused on integration issues over the years and have adapted, fine-tuned and adapted these policies for the asylum seekers. We don't. We have migration policies, but they are not integration-oriented yet. And that is why it is not possible for Greece at the national or local level to use, let's say, tools or policies that have been designed for migrants to the asylum seekers or beneficiaries of international protection. However, there are efforts that have been made in the national political level, but also in the different municipalities. I will talk about the Athens municipality in a while. I would just like to give a brief, also some numbers about asylum seekers in Greece. In the last decade, the numbers have skyrocketed in terms of non-nationals, whether they are migrant asylum seekers or recognized refugees. I will give some numbers that you can find on the UNHCR data sheets. So in 2014, just to give you an idea, we had 43,300 arrivals, both from sea and land. In 2015, the number went up to 861,630 arrivals. And then 2016, about 180,000 arrivals, to 36,000 in 2017, and a slight increase again in 2018 with 50,500 arrivals, again from the sea or the northern borders, land and sea arrivals. In May 12 of the current year, we were at 11,800 arrivals. So there is a decrease in numbers, but that doesn't mean that there is a huge, immense change in the political efforts or the local efforts in terms of integration or even in terms of emergency relief. I will get to that later. The most common nationalities are Afghani, 47% of new arrivals are from Afghanistan, Iraqi people, 14%, Syria, Palestine, and I will also mention Congo because they have a percentage of 5.9%, almost 6%. In the newcomers are from Congo, and this is, let's say, a small change in the demographics because now we have African populations. This is a new challenge because of the language. It's French-speaking people in the biggest majority, and it adds up in the difficulties to provide basic services due to the lack of interpretation, but I will come into further details. Another interesting figure is the asylum applications. In 2018, there were 66,970 asylum applications, whereas the year before, in 2017, there were 58,642 asylum applications. Small parenthesis, there is a very big delay in treating the asylum applications. People can now wait until wait for almost 2 years to have their first decision. If it's a rejection, to go to a second degree. An appeal, it can go to 3 or 4 years. In the meantime, they do not have access to important things, and they are generally not aware of their fundamental rights nor benefit from any social orientation courses. However, I will give you also an overview of what the municipality of Athens has been working on for the last 3-4 years in order to provide basic services and, let's say, get near to having a social orientation organized course or a curriculum in Athens. There has been a change in the political response, a very slight one, because Greece and Athens, but Greece in generally, is very much focused on emergency relief and not integration or mid-term, long-term development-wise policies. That means that the Greek national and institutional actors mostly have to deal with how to react for this very, let's say, it's always presented by the media as a huge number of people arriving to a country that is actually currently in economic, social, and political subtlety context. There has been in the late 2018 a national integration strategy that the Ministry for Migration Policy has drafted and put under public consultation. It is a strategy that focuses on the ways in which all policy levels, central, regional, and locals, and all actors, whether they are national authorities, local authorities, NGOs, private sector, etc., could cooperate in order to overcome the difficulties in handling the situation and offering integration procedures. It, however, highlights the role of local authorities because municipalities have already, but will have a growing and crucial role to play in the management of diversity and migrant or asylum seekers, refugees integration. It's actually the tendency that local authorities and especially municipalities take over programs, accommodation schemes, and other projects related to the migrant and asylum seekers, refugees integration in the country. That is why for the last 3-4 years, municipalities have been active and have been working on drafting policies and planning response projects, and anyway, also networking a lot, trying to find cooperations, build cooperations, and use in the best effective way the actors that have been working on the field already, such as NGOs and international organizations. Today, the social orientation activities are mainly handled by the NGOs still. I will get to that after presenting the tools of the Athens municipality. There are other municipalities of big cities such as Thessaloniki, Larissa. There are 12 municipalities in the country that are working on integration, have been cooperating with actors on the field in order to plan the next steps for those people who will be staying in Greece, recognized refugees that will be one day, let's say, hopefully active citizens somehow. But still we're very, very far from that, because the state has been focusing on issues such as the decongestion of islands, the decompression of the camps, especially Moria camp in Lesbos, that probably all of you have already heard about. So every time there is a small step in the integration path, something happens that takes all the focus on emergency relief, whether it's a new flow of incoming people in the camps on the islands, or, because it's also important that it's said, a new mediatization of the situation in the camps, mainly in the islands, where the living conditions are, I can't even characterize them, but let's say it's a very difficult situation, and we have been under, we as a country, Greece has been under a huge amount of pressure on the local level, people living on the islands having to deal with this phenomenon every day, but also on an international and media level, with the mediatization that these issues take. The municipality of Athens has been offering information and important basic tools for inclusion in the Greek society through the social services that have been already functioning for the Greek people in need. There has been some innovation. There have been specifically two important tools that have been that have been working for the last at least 1.5 years, let's say 2 years, that I will briefly present. And of course, the basic welfare services that have been managed by the municipality traditionally, like municipal health clinics, for example, are also available and open to asylum seekers and refugees. So currently, the main municipality of Athens tools are the Athens Coordination Center for Migrants and Refugees, also known as ACCMR, the Migrant Integration Center, also known as KEM, the Migrant Integration Council, also known as SEM, and the Center for Reception and Solidarity, also known as KIADA. The Athens Coordination Center for Migrants and Refugees, the ACCMR, is actually the most active municipal tool currently. It operates in June 2017 on a private foundation fund. The aim is the efficient coordination between municipal authorities and stakeholders operating within the city. It could be NGOs, international organizations, migrant and refugee community groups, or other smaller volunteer active groups. These meetings, because it's about meetings, focus on integration and on the exchange of good practices and know-how. They also work on preparing for the emergency relief at the municipal level. There has been, for example, a preparedness and response mechanism for effective contingency planning in case of emergency that was drafted and published in the earlier this year. It's the result of a brainstorming and exchange between the participants of the ACCMR in how to avoid situations that we have met and dealt with in the past few years in case of very important flow of newcomers in the country, especially in the islands. But due to this political need of decompressing the islands, that has the obvious effect of bringing people to Athens as a first stop, the municipality of Athens has actually worked on how to respond to the potential very sudden and very important flow of people arriving in the city. How does the ACCMR work? There are 6 working committees. Each committee, as I already said, is constituted by municipal, but also other factors, NGOs, international organizations, etc., working on the field. The 6 working committees focus on housing, employment, health, education, legal support, and gender aspects. There are over 90 members, and they meet according to the needs every week, every 2 weeks, or every month. I have colleagues from the accommodation scheme of the municipality of Athens who are participating to the education working committee, because we try to create smaller groups within our accommodation scheme that will focus on integration issues in order to transition eventually in a more integration-orientated program, more than a basic need housing emergency relief program. And I can most definitely confirm that there's a lot of work that has been made. Unfortunately, the results of the work in each of the committees is still not very obvious, because it's mainly recommendations and planning future projects. But in the field of education, there have been some important steps made that I will detail in a while. The ACCMR has also created a digital platform. I heard something similar from our colleague from the Bulgarian Council for Refugees and Migrants. The ACCMR has created this digital platform where refugees, asylum seekers, migrants, but anyone who's interested can go online and see, according to their needs, which organizations or which municipal social services can provide what. This is a great tool. There are other tools, similar tools, like refugee.info, that also are available to these populations that have been working for more time and are also actually translated in all languages, which is not the case for the ACCMR platform. I'm giving this example to show that there are steps that are being made, but still they need to be let's say, more effective for the people that they are actually concerning. The next tool is the CHEM, the Migrant Integration Center. Again, it's a very good step towards integration, because what happened is that the municipality of Athens, together with all other municipalities of the country, found themselves in a very important momentum in terms of political direction, because there has to be a shift. They cannot anymore focus only on emergency relief, because asylum seekers coming into the country, even though there's a big amount of people live in the country in different ways, there's also a big important amount of people staying in the country, and mainly in Athens. These people need to be supported in their integration. These people need to have access to basic services and need to benefit from fundamental rights, such as the access to health, education, and so on. In this perspective, the CHEM is actually a local point of reference for the provision of specialized services for migrant and services. There is the relevant KEP, which is actually the same tool for Greek nationals. It's a one-stop shop where Greek citizens can go and fulfill some administrative procedures. So, copying this example, we have the CHEM, which is the same for migrants and refugees, and asylum seekers for some very specific administrative procedures. So, in the papers, the CHEM provides provision of information and support in relation to the administrative procedures, psychosocial support and counseling, legal counseling, submission of applications for social benefits such as the social solidarity income, networking and referrals to NGOs for even more specialized services and needs, language courses, Greek and English, individual and professional counseling sessions, and intercultural activities. Unfortunately, the CHEM is not still at most of its efficiency. It is understaffed. The lessons only began a month ago, and in a very restricted number of places. Interpretation is provided only for Arabic-speaking people or Urdu-speaking people. And the legal counseling, the professional counseling, etc., are still not actually provided. There is an explanation for that. I will give you just, I don't want to go into very much details, but the explanation is that at the same time that the municipality was working on the integration process and the integration services that had to be set up and offered to asylum seekers and refugees, there has been a parallel decision from the same Ministry of Migration Policy, which is to start terminating the accommodation for refugees that have been recognized for over 18 months, which what that means in practice is that refugees that have received the residency in 2017 are gradually asked to leave the housing, leave the apartment, find their own accommodation, and they can still benefit from a 3 months allowance. This created a very big reaction in all the actors, whether they are NGOs implementing the accommodation scheme in partnership with the UNHCR or municipalities implementing the same accommodation scheme. This also gives another perspective in the eventual emergency that will have to be dealt in the very, obviously, if immediately, it's the increasing number of people that will potentially be found on the streets and the increase of homelessness. That is why small steps in integration are have to sometimes be put aside in order to focus on how to solve immediate needs and how to prevent, let's say, more basic issues that can have a multiple and multi-level effects on the Greek society and on the municipalities. So for now, the CHEM, to come back to this tool, is starting to work. They receive people. They have worked through the ACCMR. They have worked with actors working in the field of accommodation in order to overcome the immediate problems that will appear with this eviction of refugees after the termination of their accommodation. I will skip numbers regarding the accommodation scheme because it's not important. What's important is that from our standpoint as an accommodation scheme of the municipality of Athens that is closely linked to the municipality's tools working in the field and for integration and emergency relief, I'm just going to give a very short list of the challenges that we meet. I think everybody will be familiar with these issues. It's the lack of state means and infrastructures, the very insufficient interpretation at all levels. This, of course, brings a risk of marginalization of the beneficiaries of these services. Extremely limited accommodation, own accommodation in the center city, so no apartments to rent, in brief. There is also a very important problem in terms of the complete lack of projects, including local communities, and strengthening, for example, the community groups themselves. There is this political debate between emergency relief versus development policies. It's very difficult to adopt one or the other because of the constantly changing international context. Very limited access to labor market. Huge difficulties in accessing and following the national educational system, regardless the steps that have been made also in education with the specific teams working on how to subscribe refugees, children and asylum seekers at school. So small steps are being made, but still we are in a very difficult position of constantly having to deal with other priorities related to emergency relief rather than social orientation. Thank you.
Благодаря на Атена Константино.
Thank you, Athena, for this very interesting presentation of the local authorities' experience in Greece, especially in Athens, for helping migrants in the for sharing the instruments that you have developed. Maybe you will have comments in the discussion when we reach the discussion. But since we are running out of time, I'd like to pass the floor to Ms. Els de Bakker. He's head of the unit on social integration from Antwerp, from Belgium. They provide a wide range of services for citizens, for nationals of the EU, but also non-EU nationals. They provide language courses, consultations, and many other things. But Ms. Els de Bakker will tell you about it. You have the floor.
Microphone. Yes, okay, you hear me? Yes, okay, great. Good morning, everybody. As she said, I'm from Belgium. I'm working for Atlas. And today I will say some words about Atlas, about our app Welcome to Antwerp, which we already presented in Graz, and also introduce to you one of our other instruments we use in our courses, social orientation. So this will be more concrete as to others. I chose to go into some instruments. In general, Atlas, well, the aim of Atlas is to facilitate the integration, and our situation is very similar to the one in Austria. So it's for newcomers. It's an obligation to follow the integration process, and we are very well equipped to meet their needs. So it's a luxury. When I hear my fellows here, it's a very luxury position we are working with. In Atlas, as it is integration, as it is our role to facilitate integration, and because it takes two to integrate, we have chosen a double focus. You see, the first focus is on individuals, on newcomers, and this is about the integration program. And the other focus is on society and organization, because it's mutual. We said it in the beginning. It was said that it's really connecting with each other is very important in all this story of integration. And the focus on society and organization is about raising awareness, giving advice and support in becoming culture sensitive as a receiving society as well. When we talk about individuals, it's our integration program which is obligated, that people have to follow. Newcomers come to Antwerp. They are sent to us by the Service of Foreigners. And then, first of all, they have an intake with us, and then we see what do you need in terms of language. What's your level of Dutch? Do you have it? Don't you have it? You're obliged to follow a course of Dutch. You have to follow this social orientation course as well, which is in classes, which is about 60 hours that people follow, and which is in small groups, and we really are going very deep into living in Belgium. What do you need to live in Antwerp? What do you need to live in Belgium? Giving information, but also we go deep into the values and how do we live together, the focus on how do we live together, how do we manage living together. And at least there's a coaching program as well, so people have a personal coach. When they enter our services, they have a personal coach, and they're followed by their coach, who is looking with them. Are you inscribed in a course of Dutch? Do you follow your social orientation? How do you manage during this course? And afterwards, how can you help you finding a job, just going into work? How can you help you with connecting with other people, with society, in, for instance, in free time? And what about your children? And what about education? So it's rather a full package. But I must say, as did my colleague from Graz, that normally most people do focus on you have to adopt our values. This is still the focus. Whereas we say it has to go both ways. Integration, you integrate with two, not alone. No, not. Well, the other focus is on the society and organizations. As I said, it is about raising awareness and giving advice and support in the integration process of organizations. We do this towards society. We do this by organizing expositions, for instance, but also all other kinds of activities for all citizens of Antwerp, inviting them to connect with diversity. So we do give workshops. We have a project about storytelling, where we invite newcomers with a successful story to share their stories with other citizens of Antwerp. In June, we will have a big party in the center of Antwerp to celebrate the newcomers. And that's really a party for us and for the citizens of Antwerp, really in the center of Antwerp. Everyone's invited in that kind of party. This is towards society. On the other hand, for organizations, we give advice and support in becoming culture sensitive, which means that we give courses for organizations. They can come to us for a course. We give them workshops. We provide information, and we do have an interpretation and translation service for them. So these are the two angles we use. I go now further to the app of Antwerp, the app Welcome to Antwerp, which we already presented, because this is in fact a product of this vision of mutual integration. It is an app that enables newcomers to find the information they need to integrate and to know what their rights are, to find a way. This is all already been presented in the other conferences we had. But it is also for the other people helping newcomers on their way, not belonging to Atlas, a very important tool, because it is a very up-to-date tool, and it is a very easy to use tool, and it's free to everyone, and it is an app. For instance, our ombudswoman in Antwerp is very pleased with this tool. It's up-to-date. She is now also on the list of this app, and this is the way it works. When people come to her, for instance, now she can help them as well with this simple tool instead of searching all along. So this tool works both ways. Yeah. Through this link, you can get all information about this app, Welcome to Antwerp, and you can download it as well. So when you come to Antwerp, as my colleague will do, you can use this app for everything you want to know. And more info about this app is in the final Raccombat report in the section Best Practices. You can find everything. If you want to have a look at it, you can come to me, and when we meet each other here, you can come to me. I have it on my mobile as well. Well, the other instrument I really want to introduce to you is a very practical tool we use in our orientation courses. It's called Stadsklap. I think you can translate it by a city talk. And this is an instrument to connect between citizens of Antwerp and newcomers. We heard this before here, that this is a thing lacking in integration, that there are not so many contacts between newcomers and just the people of the street, people of the villages, the people of the cities. This Stadsklap is an instrument to organize these city talks. It is embedded in the orientation course, which is our social orientation courses, which are about active participation in society, which is about making choices, solving problems, being open for diversity, and becoming aware of own competencies and ambitions. Well, how we do this generally, as I told you before, in our social orientation courses, we work very interactive. We are based on questions of the newcomers. We usually use group discussions and visits. during this course. And we do this in 31 languages. This is also another luxury because Antwerp has a lot of diversity in the city. We do have a lot of interpreters as well in very different languages. So we can offer this. This Stadsklap is part of this social orientation course. It brings the students' orientation, the newcomers, and citizens of Antwerp together. They talk about life, they talk about work in Antwerp. The communication is based on their own frame of reference, and therefore it's also a discussion about norms and values. It's really a way of connecting, and it's a way of going into communication with each other about the more sensible things. We do have groups, they start talking together, and then questions about what about polygamy, for instance. Many citizens in Antwerp have questions about these practices, but also about what about the rights of your woman, and so on and so on. It's really the more sensible ones. It's often the first long conversation between Belgians and newcomers in both ways, and this is very important to emphasize that it's in both ways. We have had this conversation between students, social work, and I believe it was a group coming from Poland. Yeah? So it was the first time for the students that they really had the opportunity to speak with the newcomers from Poland, and at the end of this session they decided to do it once again. Apart from the orientation course, they meet again afterwards. So you see, we fulfill a need for both groups. So it's an opportunity for each participant to get to know more about other cultures and each other's views. Well, we do it, of course, because it's hard for newcomers, as I said, to fully understand society and culture in which we are living now, but it's also hard for the old citizens are multi-layered. You can't get to know each other if you are not going really into communication. If you're not going into open communication, it's very difficult to get to know each other and to understand each other and to look across what you see at first sight. We had, for instance, a really beautiful conversation between rather aggressive-looking big guy from Poland as well, and a student who was in the beginning afraid. She was wearing a headscarf, the student, and she was really afraid of coming, and she told so. She said, I was afraid of coming to this group. I was afraid of the racism I would get from these Polish people, because this is a bit of prejudice in Antwerp, is that people coming from Poland are rather racist. So she was afraid. And then at the end of it, they were talking together, and they were very happy with the conversation they had. It was a warm atmosphere, and that it was many times that I felt at the end it was a warm atmosphere, and that brings a lot into this integration process. It's really opening doors. So this is not a long contribution that I made, but I really wanted to stress the importance of connecting in different ways. And I wanted to present to you this Stadsklap because it's really a very beautiful tool to do so. Okay, thank you.
Много благодаря за
Thank you very much for sharing this positive experience and for those instruments. They're very useful, and I think you will be very interested in this. Now you have the floor for questions, comments, and if you have questions, we will delay the coffee break by 5 to 10 minutes. So if you wish, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and ask your question or state your comment. Mr. Lelu?
Now, I just have an observation listening to the different presentations. Is that on the one hand, there is a very practical exchange of practices where there is lots of learning to do, which is extremely exciting,
практики. И много неща
which is
могат
more technical in a way. On the other hand, it also demonstrates an incredible divergence in levels of attitudes and quality of services, which is very much parallel to the whole asylum structures in some of these countries, which is perpetuating the failure of the asylum system, because as long as the quality and attitudes are so divergent, nobody will want to stay in Bulgaria and Greece and will want to go to Austria and Belgium. So I think it's an interesting dilemma that the harder you try, the harder you feel almost. So I think it's an issue to take into account, that on the one hand I think there's a lot of fantastic experience to share, but I think we also need to think at the same time of how to break through this deadlock, because it is, I think, extremely important that those countries who are at the sort of the low level of the common denominator step up that responsibility and that you somehow get a little bit closer, because if not, I don't think that there will be any progress in a lot of these efforts. That didn't sound very positive, but just trying to be constructive.
Други желаящи? Ако няма, да дискутираме по време на кафе пауза.
Okay, we can discuss informally during the coffee break and during the next panel. Well, they are somewhat different, the topic, but there's something that unites them all, and it was just mentioned by our colleague to my right. Thank you very much for participating in the first session. Now I officially announce the coffee break, which will be taking place just right in this same conference room, but behind the doors that are being now.
the second panel from today's program, and it's very important. It's of central importance because it's very specific to our topic, integration, fundamental rights, and prevention of racism and intolerance. So it's about concrete practices, activities that introduce the migrant community to their fundamental rights and duties, and empowers this community to fight against racism, xenophobia, and intolerance. So, Professor Dirvankoli and San van de Paul will start with the presentation. They're from the Center for Migration and Intercultural Studies. So they will talk about the Belgian experience. You heard already about it, of course, and but this is from the perspective of a researcher, of an academic researcher. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Fundamental rights and freedoms, such as the right to equal treatment, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, they can play a role in the integration process of newly arrived immigrants. And they can play a role because these rights are much broader than the rights that we usually have as nationals or as permanent residents, and such as the rights that we have under contract law, under employment law, under social security law. Fundamental rights are universally available, and they are also protected at a higher level in constitutions of a country or even in international treaties. And they are a means of defense against oppression by the state. These rights are not only rights on the side of those who are beneficiary of the rights, but they also include duties of the states towards these individuals. The states must, of course, respect these fundamental rights and freedoms, and they also imply duties on other citizens, on other individuals, because each individual must respect also the fundamental rights and duties of another individual. And it's also a task of the states to ensure that the protection at this horizontal level and between individuals will be protected, so that each individual can fully benefit from rights and freedoms. Now, rights and freedoms is a very multifaceted concept, and it is often less explicit available in social orientation programs. And it has been mentioned already, some countries have formulated or state very nice fundamental values that are deemed to be very important, in the receiving society, and are expected to be respected by newcomers. But in practice, all these values, which are often inspired by fundamental rights and freedoms, are not always included in social orientation programs. And if they are integrated in these programs, they are often presented from a top-down perspective, meaning that there is an emphasis on the duty of individuals, of the newcomers, of the immigrants, to respect these values, these rights, but with very little explanation about what the legal rights and claims can also mean for these newcomers, that they themselves are entitled to receive a certain form of respect by the host state, by the citizens in the host state. And I think that the example that was given this morning by Mr. Lerut about parents opposing immigrant children's enrollment in a school exemplifies such a situation in which respect for immigrants' fundamental rights to education by the citizens in the host society is at stake. So awareness about these fundamental rights and freedoms is something that is very important, not only to be understood, but also to be practiced and exercised by newcomers. Now, a good understanding of this concept of fundamental rights and freedoms can be beneficial for this two-way process that integration is. And they express, as I've said already, the values that are deemed fundamental in the host society and demand respect by everyone. But at the same time, they can strengthen also the individual newcomer, who can equally ask for his or her rights to be respected. Now, in this regard, it's very important to understand that fundamental rights, quite contrary to what's sometimes commonly believed, that fundamental rights are not always absolute rights. In the term that if you express, I have freedom of expression, that would mean that you can say whatever you like. There is a distinction in human rights law between absolute fundamental rights and relative fundamental rights. There are very, very few absolute fundamental rights. For instance, the prohibition of torture is an absolute fundamental right. There's never, ever a good reason to torture somebody. But the other rights, most of the other rights, if you think about freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of family life, they are relative rights. That means that there is a possibility for any state to limit the exercise of these rights, on the condition, of course, that the government wants to achieve a certain higher goal, meaning that the government wants to protect, for instance, public security, public order, wants to protect the rights, wants to protect the rights of other citizens, wants to protect democracy. In those instances, there's a possibility for the limitation of the rights. And such a limitation of fundamental rights is only possible if the limitation is proportionate, which means that there should be a certain balance, a certain proportionality between the goal that the government wants to achieve on the one hand and the impact that this will have for the individual, and a good balance has to be found. And it's a bit comparable with people coming and live in society. If you are living together, often living together also means that you're going to balance and that you are going to weigh the interests and all the elements that are important in each person's life, that you are going to weigh them against each other. Now, if you want to convey this information to newcomers, to make them also aware about this concept of fundamental rights and freedoms that they have and that can protect them, this conveyance of information will certainly strengthen newcomers. They can call upon these rights. They will be legally, but also in practice, in a better situation. For instance, the prohibition of discrimination and closely related thereto the ban of racism are important for newcomers. But at the same time, if you explain this complex story about rights not being absolute but relative, it may also convey the message that rights and freedoms are not unlimited, and that you cannot ask anything you like personally, but that there can also be limitations toward that. For instance, it's not because there's a difference in treatment among people that this is necessarily a discrimination if there are good reasons for that. If you want to be employed as a doctor, it's not a strange requirement that you need to have a diploma of a medical doctor before you can get employed. And that's a difference in treatment. I would like to be a doctor. I'll never be one because I don't have a medical doctorate. Fortunate for the patients also, I think. Now, on the other hand, the host society, and there we come in this two-way process, also the host society must acknowledge that it cannot limit newcomers' rights and freedoms without good reasons for higher interests. And the parents opposing that immigrant children be enrolled in school must understand that they don't have probably good reasons to demand that these children cannot be enrolled. There's no higher perspective or purpose for such a reason. So also for the host society, this knowledge about rights is important. Now, going back to social orientation, the question then becomes, how are we going to convey this information through the social orientation program? This can happen explicitly, and we have found examples where in the orientation courses sessions have been included on these rights. But it is equally feasible to do or to talk about fundamental rights when dealing with completely other issues on social orientation. For instance, if you're going to talk about waste selection and collection, it is possible to connect that to elements of mutual respect, to respect for the property of another persons, to respect for the environmental, which is also one of the fundamental rights. So that's an interesting path also to take these rights in other aspects of social orientation. And it's also very much possible to do it in language courses. What you see in all social orientation programs is there is a core element of language courses. And it is possible to use human rights themes also in the instruction of language. And you can also talk about that in these language courses. And if you want to talk about housing, you can talk about discrimination on the housing market and make the connection to fundamental rights. In addition to that, more classical classroom situation, you can also think about trips, organizing trips to, for instance, specialized agencies, an ombudsperson, a human rights agency, local police office could be possible, but also in museums, you can find connections to talk about fundamental rights. So there are plenty of possibilities to engage in such rights instruction in a formal and in a less formal way. Now, nevertheless, if you want to do that, there are a number of challenges. First challenge, and it has already been indicated this morning, first challenge is that instructors are not necessarily specialists in the field of human rights and need training and information themselves. This human rights, it's a very difficult concept. You can study 5 years in law school about it and not know everything about it. So if you want to convey that, you need good information about that. The second challenge is language. The level of language instruction does not easily allow for communication on often very abstract themes of law, of human rights law, and it has been indicated that sometimes in some languages even the words do not exist to grasp certain concepts. So that is certainly also a challenge. There is the stubborn perception about the concept and scope of rights. Has already been indicated, I think else hinted at that, and this idea that, for instance, certain groups in society are always racist or are always discriminatory, and also what constitutes discrimination. It's sometimes very difficult to understand what exactly this legal concept means, and that the feeling of treatment is not necessarily the same with what a legal form of discrimination would mean. On the other hand, it can also be that people think that nothing is wrong while they are being discriminated. And so perceptions and overcome wrong perceptions is an important issue. And if human rights instruction is actually programmed in courses in a formal way, it's also very important to see to it that they are actually being implemented. We've seen instances in which, for instance, equality between men and women or issues on free choice of private life in terms of, for instance, homosexual relationships, that they are not being talked about by the instructors, because some of the groups will probably oppose that. So the implementation might sometimes be lacking. You should monitor that as well. Now, to achieve all that, probably the best approach is a combination of several approaches. And the classical approach by instructing it in orientation classes, and by outreach, by information sessions, by educational packages, by interactive teaching methods, instructions, by mentoring, talking together with locals, and that may all be techniques. And I think in the following presentations we'll have some very good examples of techniques actually being used to convey that message. I thank you.
Благодарим на Дирк.
Thank you, Dirk. If Sani would like to add something to Dirk's words, now's the time. So, Dirk spoke on behalf of both of them. The first panelist with a presentation is Mr. Robert Bosiger, who is project manager in Weicherstellwerk in Graz, Austria, aiming to provide easier access of services to foreigners and migrants, also to procure better reception by local community, to provide also encouragement on the civic commitment, and to aiming towards providing for the fundamental rights of human being. Actually, this was a bit abundant introduction, but they're one of the most active agencies and participants that you will hear today. I would like to ask you, however, all of you who will be taking the floor next, to try to fit into the time allocated so that we can have some time for questions and answers at the end of the panel. So, Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mariana, for the introduction. Thank you, Dirk, for the introduction. Yeah, my name is Robert, and with my organization, we moved down to the project level and do very concrete measures. We are a little organization with a project called Weichenstellwerk, and we cooperate with the municipality in Graz and with the police, especially. And yeah, I just wanted to say, when I got a call that we were picked as good practice during this project, I was a bit surprised and honored, although we knew that we do some kind of meaningful work, but to get a recognition like that is also very nice. Thank you for that. And for giving me the opportunity to speak today. So, what do we do? We do language training. We also do so-called open courses. For example, on intercultural communication, we do also gaming nights. We do courses on Arabic calligraphy. We also do leisure activities, and we do workshops on different topics. And we have a cooperation, as I mentioned before, with the police in Graz. We also have a little sewing studio in our project and a music school. And all these services are cost-free. And the most important thing probably is that we have more than 30 volunteers who work in our project. And these are the people who talk with the migrants, who talk with the refugees, offering help and advice. What we want basically is we want to facilitate respectful interactions between refugees and the host society. So that's basically the same approach as Els described a half an hour ago. It's a process which needs two parties. And we want to bring people together, and we do not want to separate them. And we want to talk with people, and we don't want to talk only about people like we do here, basically. We also want to provide low threshold accessible education and occupation services for refugees, and orientation for the daily life in Austria. For example, we accompany them when they have problems with bureaucracy. As Emiliana mentioned in the introduction, we also promote civic engagement with our more than 30 volunteers who do the language training. And we want to reach out into not only, but also into host society too, and fight racism and xenophobia. So how did it begin? In this refugee movement during 2014 and 2015, there was a huge presence of asylum seekers in a public park in Graz, and a lot of people called the police because they felt unsafe. And at the same time, people called the newspapers, and there were a lot of articles which promoted a negative attitude towards asylum seekers too, and a lot of headlines were lack of safety in this park, lack of safety there, lack of safety there. So the municipality approached the community policing department of the police, and there is a very active policeman, a former member of parliament, which is my boss. And he actually started the process and launched a process of public participation. This process involved the stakeholders, as you see, the police, the municipal authority, the asylum seekers, a local Afghan association, active citizens in the neighborhood, some of them who called the police and complained about the issue. Then next to the park there is a church, so the pastor of the church was involved too, and also students which were to become the future German teachers. So my organization conducted a survey and put together some data, and basically the result of the survey was that it's not a lack of safety. The threat is not real because very few criminal offenses were actually registered, and the lack of safety is actually an issue of perception, and this perception was amplified by the newspapers. Most of the people said, and this was the conclusion of the process, was that it's not a safety issue, it's a social issue. And the first measure that was undertaken was to implement German classes, cost-free German classes in the basement of the church, because that was the first room available. And the question was, we approached mostly young men were hanging out in the park, mostly from Afghanistan, some from Syria, and we just asked them, what do you need? And most of the time the first answer was, we need German classes. So we started to do that. If you have a look, if you have a look at this picture, on the left-hand side is the policeman who is a colleague of my boss and who was played a major role in this process. Next to him is his daughter, who is a student of German as a foreign language. So she organized the first German classes and gathered some students from university to provide that. Next to her, that's Ferredo. He's still working with us, is my dear colleague, and he's in Austria for 10 years now. He's from Afghanistan, and on the right-hand side, it's the pastor of the church. This is from a newspaper article, a positive newspaper article after the process. So because we also talked, during the process, we also talked with the newspapers, with the editor-in-chiefs, and we asked them not to publish any articles on that issue anymore. And we had some arguments because we're saying you're only making things worse. So they agreed, and within 2 years there were no bad public responses anymore. So, like kind of milestones. 2015, we started with the German courses, then with leisure activities like doing hikes in the mountains, playing football, going to the museum, and so on. And most of this was done by volunteers, and mostly students from social sciences. Then in 2017 was a major milestone for our project because it moved from the church basement, which was cold and packed, as you can imagine, to new premises. And what we did last year was we tried to do a transformation from a grassroots initiative to a well-managed project. We also applied for public funding, and we got it. So, and since then it's growing and growing. And the funding is done by the municipality of Graz and the holding Graz. The holding Graz is the provider of public transport in Graz. Our rooms, our premises are located in rooms of the holding Graz, and we don't pay any rent. And this is only possible because we have a good lobby with our boss, and he has the connections and he does a lot of convincing. That's why this was possible. So in order to give you a sense of size of our little project, 30 volunteers. We also employ 2 native speakers who are there a couple of hours per week with hours, and they are like our connection to the communities. They not only provide translation for us, they also help us to understand each other. Because both of them live in Austria a couple of years, and they know both societies, and these multiplicators are very, very important during this process. We also have 2 music teachers, and since last year I also have 6 interns from the university. They do teacher training. That's why we can provide the language classes, because we don't pay our teachers. Anyway, but these volunteers, they also benefit from the process. First, they gain experience. They gain experience in working in a field or with a target group they're normally not familiar with during the teacher training. And if the development of demography is like that, the next years these teachers will be the ones who know how to deal with people from Afghanistan. They know how to deal with people from Syria, because they worked with them a couple of years. The teacher training, the state teacher training, is a bit slow in their concepts, of course, as you can imagine, and they gain valuable. Our teachers gain valuable experience. And it is possible to do the mandatory internship for teacher training in our project. So I managed to do the cooperation with the university last year, and that's also very important for us. So again, to get an idea of size, we do language courses from alphabetization to the more advanced levels. At the moment, we have a total of 180 participants in the German classes, not the leisure activities. Then we have maybe more than 200 people every week in our premises. The age is between 20 and 65. I think we even have 70 years old, and the percentage of female participants is 40%. Okay. Apart from the language classes, we do open courses, so you don't have to register for the open courses. You just come and go as you like. These courses basically have the goal to bring people together, to make people talk to each other, provide a safe room with coffee, and where we can approach each other as human beings and not as a member of host society, as a migrant, and whatever. Then we also help the younger ones in school with maths and English, and since last year, one of our students said he wanted to give Arabic classes. So now we, in our project, social workers from Graz and myself, I take part in that. We learn some Arabic, because it's important to make the experience what it means to learn different writing, different and everything, completely different language. Okay. Now, for you, maybe the most interesting part, what the hell are we cooperating with the police? As I mentioned before, the policemen were very active in setting up the project, and so still the cooperation is ongoing, and the police every 2 or 3 months they do workshops, and these are the topics. For example, how to deal with authorities on human rights, mostly on equal treatment. What's the police job? What is the police allowed to do? When can I call the police? What's the role of the police in a democratic state? In 2019, the last workshop was on youth protection law, because a new youth protection law in Austria was signed, and our customers got confused about that. What does it mean? And we also did one on laws on drug abuse, and the next one will be on internet and fraud in internet. And this is, the policeman is a young, very, very communicative guy, very friendly, and that's our main partner. What are the objectives again? First, information. Second, reducing mutual preconceptions, because not everyone of our customers, of course, is aware what's the role in a democratic state, what's the role of the police in a democratic state. And the last one is maybe the one of the most important, is it's a mutual build-up of trust. Very often it happens that after these workshops, a refugee approaches us in private and says, I have this problem, is this a matter of, can I call the police when I have a problem like this? And we sit together in a room privately and we talk about that with the policeman, and then we decide, is it a police matter or is it a matter for social workers? Okay. Last point I wanted to mention is our music school, because this is a thing which reaches out very much into host society. So for 2 years now we offer cost-free music lessons in singing, guitar, piano, drums and bass. And during the work in the music school, a band was formed, a band of 4 young Afghani guys and 2 guys from Austria, and we call them the Musikranten, which is a play on words. Yeah, maybe you get it, the music rants. And this, the band is getting more and more successful. We hoped that it would be like this, but we didn't really expect that, because there are more than 50 gigs scheduled in 2019 on local level, and even like in Vienna and other federal districts. And they play Austrian international pop music, some German-speaking pop music, and also popular songs from Iran and Afghanistan. And it's very interesting to see the reaction of people if a band like this plays in a local pub, of course, especially when they play Austrian songs and then Afghan songs. Why are we promoting a project like this, or pushing them forward to do more gigs? Is because we want to fight xenophobia, and if you see that band, you immediately get a positive image of foreigners, a positive image of black-haired people, and not the picture which is drawn in media. Yeah, I would have prepared a small video, but first we ran out of time, and second, there is no sound. And there's no point doing music video with sound. So thanks for your attention.
Благодаря много на Робърт. Сега към една българска добра практика.
Thank you, Robert. And now we'll hear about best practice from Bulgaria. Well, Robert's organization was developed on a community level, but then Angelina Kaneva from Caritas Sofia will talk about the Bulgarian system, and maybe it's logical that trainings in fundamental rights and gender equality, those trainings were developed within an established and experienced organization such as Caritas. There's no need to introduce them. They work in the registration centers, reception centers, closed type centers, hospitals. They provide support for people with special needs, trainings, entertainment. They work with job seekers and provide them individualized support. They organize Bulgarian language courses and coaching programs and so on and so forth. But today they will talk about the training in fundamental rights and gender equality, and they will talk about what they have practically implemented in Bulgaria. Thank you for this detailed introduction. I will try to be very brief. What we did and what we have done sessions on fundamental rights, and we organized those sessions in Sofia and Harmonly. In Sofia there are 3 places, and the largest reception center in Bulgaria, this is in Harmonly. And this initiative was part of a larger project that we launched at the end of 2016, and it's about providing everyday entertainment activities and educational activities in the reception centers. And this we have always tried to be very flexible in our projects to meet the needs of beneficiaries. They're usually children or adolescents, and in Harmonly there are lots of women, so we have special activities for women. At the beginning of the project, when we had a larger number of people in the center, our focus was on entertainment, but over time the focus shifted to education, but then most children were well received in the educational system. They started learning Bulgarian, they started studying in Bulgarian schools, and at the same time we offer Bulgarian language courses at the centers, and we then started helping children with their study at school, and then we decided to develop another project to meet some other needs for creating tolerance, familiarizing people with their fundamental rights, giving them information about what to do if they're discriminated against, and so on. So the aim was to organize weekly sessions on fundamental rights. There are differences, some small differences in the different places. For example, Harmonly, a topic was discussed over 2 weeks. In Sofia, every week was the same topic. in all places in Sofia, but again it depends on the needs of the people. And initially we did it just in July and August last year. Why just 2 months? Why wasn't it established but just a pilot project? Because as the colleagues mentioned before me, it's not easy to teach to teach fundamental rights, and our staff that work in the field, they're not experts in human rights, and especially if you work with children, it's very difficult to teach this. So it took a lot of preparation. We were trained by UNICEF Bulgaria, so we had a training in human rights, children's rights. We had in-house trainings, workshops in order to develop the curriculum, the topics. So it took a lot of preparation for us to organize this 2 months course. And the topics that we covered, actually some of them are discrimination, violence, bullying, harassment, stereotypes, freedom of religion, right to education, job, employment, decent living standard, and so on. The target groups, well, the main goal of this course was to educate people about their rights and duties in Bulgaria. Because obviously there was not enough information and awareness, and also enhance tolerance among ethnic groups, because in some of the reception centers there are different ethnic groups, and also to provide people with technical knowledge about, for example, who to contact if they're victims of violence. The participants were school children and adults, their parents mainly, because they mainly attended the courses, and all the sessions voluntary. So there are some adults were interested. So these are pictures from some of the sessions. Well, initially there were induction centers in Sofia and Harmony, and you can see the rights and responsibilities here, the rights, the duties in the classroom, and rights. This session, in this session, different children from different reception centers attended, and we discussed school violence. And you can see here the rights and obligations. We also have sessions for adolescents. We wanted to make the sessions more interactive, to explain to children how they can, where they can find a job, how they can start a job. And here you can see people from the reception center in Harmony. There are different groups of people, some from Syria, some from Kurds from Iraq, and there were Arabs, there were people from Afghanistan. They presented different features and characteristics of their own cultures, and they found out that there were many common things between those countries, and we organized sessions on internet technologies and human rights. We also had external trainers that we invited. You can see a pictures from a session. This session was delivered by an internet security expert, and this is very important for the young people. So we organized games, different entertaining activities. This is about stereotypes and the gender roles, prejudice, stereotypes on gender roles. Discrimination. And this was a session on hygiene. So we taught children about personal hygiene, but also we taught them how to feel personal responsibility for maintaining the environment and keeping the environments clean. And this is a little garden that's was maintained by the children, and these are pictures showing some of the activities, outdoor activities. And we had a partnership with the bread house in Sofia, so we had bread making as an activity. And this is a picture from a trip in Haskovo to Haskovo from Harmonly. So the idea was that the children took care of in this session, children took care of rescued dogs. So in order to teach attitude to animals, and many of the things that I showed are maybe off topic, but and not so much related to fundamental rights, but we tried to talk about a large scope of topics, and as the colleagues from Belgium said, the topic of fundamental rights can be discussed and taught in different ways by visiting museums, other places, instead of just delivering lectures. And also one of the main challenges, apart from the fact that such sessions require a lot of preparation, was to hire interpreters, because actually many of the children speak good Bulgarian, but with these topics there's some specific terminology, so the interpreters from the community working for Caritas or volunteers, they interpreted for us, provided interpretation. And also one of the good methods to teach social orientation is to integrate it and also teach fundamental rights, was to integrate this topic in language courses, and this is what we're trying to do. We are trying to incorporate this topic at the reception centers and the integration centers, and we hope that after this, but actually after this 2 months course, our colleagues continued with the topics of fundamental rights, and it was not always structured, not in regular sessions, but this training still goes on, and this means that we have ensured sustainability for our projects, and one of the main goals is to continue in a more formal way with sessions on human rights and also social orientation. And this is very good for Bulgaria. Thank you, Annie, for this very interesting presentation. And then we have the next speaker will talk about Charleroi. He is the last speaker before the lunch break. His name is Fabrice Chacha. So he was a project manager at CRI Charleroi in Belgium. This is the French-speaking part of Belgium. So he will talk about the specific features there, and he will talk about the Belgian society, and the main target group of the Regional Integration Center is to work on integration, and they deal with trainer training and improving the quality of the integration process. They want to enhance the quality of the this process. So you have the floor, Fabrice.
Thank you for all. I've got the first slide. Like Miriana said, my name is Fabrice Chacha. I work for the Regional Integration Center. I'm coming from Belgium. I'm from Charleroi. I would like to give to you an overview of the social orientation process in French-speaking part of Belgium. You will remark that I use the term of Wallonia to speak about this territory. As a regional center, we have different missions like the promotion of intercultural society. The integration process in Wallonia is a recent process aimed at newcomers who have just arrived in the country, and the citizen training is a part of this. The strategy aim of this training of trainers it is to implement certainly a methodology in civic integration. It is also to set up of network of approved operators in Wallonia for the delivery of citizen training. The pedagogical purpose of this is to propose a creative and satisfactory inclusion in integration process. On the second slide, I'm talking about integration and our point of view about integration. First of all, the first time is that integration is a process. It's not a state of people. I can't say I'm integrate, you are not integrate, like some sentence like this. The second aspect is the long-term process of integration. Third aspect is as part of this process there is two issues that are important. Newcomers seek to integrate in a way that are satisfactory into society, and all citizens contribute to develop an harmonious life together. The fourth aspect about the model, this intercultural model, as a way of integration of newcomers. We don't speak about assimilation, we speak about intercultural model, and I give you the definition. The model that I'm speaking about wants to create harmonious relationship between cultures based on intensive exchange and based on a model of integration that does not seek to eliminate the difference. We keep the difference. We are not looking for assimilation, like I said. The fifth aspect of our definition of integration is that individual and collective responsibility. It's individual and collective responsibility of all. Integration is a dynamic two-way process of mutual acceptance based on the reciprocity of rights and duties involving both migrant and the host society as a whole. The sixth aspect is that the integration process question the socio-economic and political factors of exclusion, stigmatization, impoverishment, discrimination, exploitation, and oppression, for instance. On the third slide, I want to give you the intercultural vision of integration. In this intercultural vision of integration has led us to design. It's a word in particular, but it's the idea to make a training program that helps newcomers to become actively, creatively, and satisfactorily involved in this process, and thus meet their basic needs to identify the ways of life that bring together the citizens of Wallonia and in Belgium, to reflect on their behavior in terms of conformation, conservation, and creation. These three words are very important for us. Conformation, conservation, and to create ways of existing and participating in the life in society. On the first slide, it's a work we have make with different people and different group, different focus group, with difficulties they find in their integration, and we extract 7 factors for integration. The first factors for integration and facilitators for integration, is to understand context, be immersed in economic, cultural, legal, social point of view and point of view in Wallonia, in Belgium. The second facilitators is to enable to understand the cultural expression of our region. The third facilitators is to enhance and increase their economic, social, cultural, and symbolic capital. The first facilitators is to enable people to face prejudice, stereotypes, and discrimination, their own and those existing in the whole society. So there is no society that are worse or better. So it's important to keep in mind this aspect. The fifth facilitators is to develop skills and abilities in integration. I want to speak about these skills. So there are skills, psychological skills, and we can find it on our website that I'm coming to talk about later in this presentation. The six facilitators for integration is to identify behaviors that facilitate or hinder integration, and the seventh facilitators it is to involve in intercultural and civic practices and project and conduct. I'm talking now about our citizen integration training. First of all, it's important to keep in mind that in our citizen integration training, participants are as considered as a free subject. It therefore does not seek to ensure that they adhere to the ways of life specific to Wallonia. It only seeks to enlighten them about them so that they can situate themselves and act in full consciousness. The second aspect of our citizen integration training is that the trainers are also explore their frame of reference. We speak about decentralize about ourselves, and I speak about it in the next slide. The third aspect is that citizen integration training is an invitation to discover oneself and the other. This point of view is very important. The first aspect is that this formation, this training is egalitarian relationship between the trainer and the participants is respectful as key of the success. The fifth aspect is that the transmission is not top-down, so it's more egalitarian. The sixth aspect is that intercultural dimensions are integrated into all formative activities. Development of decentration skills, understanding of the system of the other, decoding of cultural implicitness, negotiating of living together. Another aspect of this training is that the training for citizen integration is not prescriptive. It is not in the field of learning. It therefore does not provide for an assessment of any knowledge, skills, and abilities acquired. It does not categorize actors between those who know and those who didn't know or don't know. The methodology, the intercultural methodology now, it invites trainers and participants to, like I say before, decentralize. It means learn to look at yourself and your frame of reference. You look at yourself, I say, like if you were a stranger for you. I don't know if you understand because my English is not really excellent, but it's important to look at yourself like if you were strangers. The second aspect is to understand the system of the others by apprehending the ways of existing, specific. The ways of existing, it's a concept, and we use it like this. And by apprehending the ways of existing specific to citizens, we identify how these ways of existing in Wallonia or in Belgium are similar or different from there. The question is what is specific for me, and what is not what is common to all. Third aspect is the question of the ways of existing in Wallonia that appear different for their own, especially those that create cultural shocks. We all, I don't know what is the reality of other country, but in Belgium we speak frequently about cultural shock. There is cultural shock between Catholics and Muslims, between black and white, between so it's important to keep in mind this cultural shock is an exception, and we have to reflect on the different behaviors that can adopt with regard to them in terms of conformation, conservation, and creation of ways of living. The first aspect is to recognize and respect and sensitive areas. We all have sensitive areas while considering them as a possible starting point for concentration and understanding the system of other. And the fifth aspect is about this intercultural methodology is to implement intercultural and civic competence and skills. So now I give you the structuration of this citizen integration training. The citizen integration training consists of 6 modules and interlude. Each module includes several teams. In all, it deals with 48 teams. You've got it on the PowerPoint. The first one is to create a solid foundation for intercultural communication. The second module is to locate and act in a new political context. The third is to situate and act in new professional and training context. The interlude is social protection and state funding. The first module is locate and act in new social cultural context, and module 5 is the daily life, and module 6 in me and my family. You can find everything in our website. It's the second website. There is a database with all information and all document. And the next slide. Okay, talking about xenophobia, discrimination, and racism, we can say that a creative and satisfactory integration process is not the sole responsibility of migrants. This aspect is very important. It's the responsibility of the whole society. The second aspect, it's a question how to deal with discrimination, racism, and xenophobia in our system. it's difficult to respond to this question, and we find that rights and talking about you've got rights and you can make complaints, it is not enough. So it's important for us to give specific strategies to deal with prejudice and stereotypes to the migrants. Another aspect is that we underline some sequences, the importance to a lot of mechanisms that strengthen the social network, and it's important to develop ability to find way of existing that are accepting in the whole society. The seventh aspect about this is that the intercultural methodology aims to be open to the whole society and to identify shared elements. And the last aspect is that common belongings is the basis for rapprochement, mutual openness, mutual assistance, and solidarity between citizens, regardless of their origin. That's it. Thank you.
Много благодаря на нашите оратори.
Thank you very much to the speakers for following my plea to be very concise. So we have 5 to 6 minutes for discussion. A lot of systems have been presented, a lot of different practices. Do you have any questions to the speakers from the first panel or the second panel, so that we can wrap up the morning session? Or are you already thinking about lunch?
In the panel this far is that there are many ways in which fundamental rights and freedoms, discrimination, the importance of tolerance can be emphasized. But I was especially interested in the cooperation with the police, and I must say we've seen this program in Graz and in Antwerp also. We have some police officers who come to the social integration courses to talk about their work. But I was wondering, what about other countries? Do we have other countries or regions in which there is some sort of cooperation between the police and integration partners? I know it may not be the most likely partner. There are many reasons for this, but if we look at the way it can reduce mutual preconceptions and how it can build up trust between groups in society, do we have other initiatives like this?
Аз виждам там по-към края на масата представители на
I can see representatives of the Bulgarian law enforcement at the end of the table. I don't know whether you want to talk about this now, but I think there's a very good basis in Bulgaria for the development of such cooperation, such contribution of law enforcement in the process of integration, because the Bulgarian police have long-term strategies and measures and programs for community policing. So they anyway work with persons from all ethnic backgrounds in their daily work. They're either victims or suspects. So the Bulgarian police, I would say, have traditions, but in view of the new realities, with a common will and the help of NGOs, we can continue.
No one works together with police of the other persons being here? There's no cooperation?
In Romania, the police is the main body that coordinates migration and asylum. But there is no such thing as punctual, specific cooperation in terms of informing foreigners about laws and something like that. They have a specific department in the Ministry of Interior. It's called the General Inspectorate for Immigration that deals with migration and asylum. So of course we cooperate with them, but not in terms of this kind of programs you were talking about.
Not in terms of integration.
In terms of integration too, they are coordinating the main integration program at the national level, and the NGOs are the ones who are implementing the integration programs.
So maybe in the future.
Yeah.
Yes. If I can add something, I'm Ioana from the Bulgarian Red Cross. It's basically the same system in Bulgaria. The Ministry of Interior has a directorate called Migration, but they just coordinate. I mean, the only one from my team that works with them is my boss, the program manager of the Refugee Migrant Service. They don't, but it's such a great idea to get some policemen in the classes. Yeah.
And if I can also add something, because, okay, for example, our colleagues from Caritas work in the detention centers for migrants in Bulgaria, both in Busmanci and in Lubimec, which are run by the Ministry of Interior and the Migration Directorate, so the border policemen. And we actually have a very good collaboration, again, not related to teaching fundamental rights and having these kinds of sessions, but they do participate in a lot, they support our team a lot. For example, like you have border police organizing tournaments, like football tournaments together with the migrants who are held in the detention center, or even supporting some of the classes that we teach, coming to the Bulgarian sessions and so on. So we do, like, they do have, they do try to make the environment a little bit better and support our activities, so, although not related to what we're discussing today.
И ние, разбира се, като така занимаващи се, освен
And of course, we dealing on in criminal justice, and we can see that the judicial authorities, they are also involved, and I guess there are open door days in some schools, in other places, but I would wish that those activities could spread out to the migrant communities, but this will be in the future.
If you have no more questions or no more comments, we can break now for lunch and be back at 2 o'clock. The lunch will be served downstairs in the other building of the Coop facility, in the Coop restaurant. I think most of you from Bulgaria know where the restaurant is, and all our international guests may simply follow. So we go downstairs and enter the restaurant from another entrance. See you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Hello again. We now reconvene for our third panel, the afternoon panel. We've put a more general title. It's called Integration Support to Foreigners. We'll have representatives from different agencies and organizations speaking. There is one common thing between our three foreign speakers on this panel. We have Agnes Lās from Providus, Latvia, and the other speakers who all come from big organizations that provide for complex servicing of members of migrant community. The purpose of this panel 3 is to see how fundamental rights, empowerment, fighting racism and xenophobia is part of big scale, large scale organizations that are able indeed to provide a full range of integration support services. The first presentation will be by Mrs. Agnes Lās, who is Senior Policy Analyst from Providus, partner, a major partner of ours in this initiative.
I hope you feel well after lunch. My task is to introduce a little bit, or basically provide leeway for the presentations to follow afterwards. And the thing that I would like to start with is to highlight some of the issues that we encountered during the project when analyzing different integration pathways, support activities, and projects in various EU member states, and some of the common elements that we saw. Integration support activities have a very wide range, but in most of the times they are included in the integration pathway with set deliverables, with outcome assessment strategies, and oftentimes with very predefined methods and list of tasks to be performed. And among those, the aim is also to introduce newcomers to aspects of daily life, of values, traditions, norms. In various forums, in integration support activities provide the support for learning about tolerance and mutual respect also in host societies. But even with such comprehensive programs, there are several challenges. First is the relationship between supply and demand of these integration support activities, not only in the frequency of them, but also in the content of these activities. Because whatever is decided on the state level as prevalent and needed, it doesn't always necessarily correspond to everyday needs of newcomers. Second, the involvement of host society, even though assumed to take place, is oftentimes lacking, even if integration policies are presented as two-way policies. And societal attitudes can also delay access to services, for example, healthcare, and also to activities as employment or schooling. And we have suggested several possible venues to address these challenges in the guidelines that you received when registering and that are also available on the Raccombat website. First, there is a need to make the content of integration support activities more needs-driven, and that can be achieved by involving former migrants and current newcomers in development of the curricula, for example, for language courses, or identifying the services that they most need, or collect data from different service providers, seeing where the development is higher than anticipated and where it isn't. Second, when making the content more applied and more needs-driven, we should think of ways how we represent everyday situations where discrimination and xenophobia are most common, by introducing ways to remedy this. For example, in language courses, if we discuss the topic of employment, then we introduce some sort of role plays, dialogues, etc., where we not only showcase what discrimination in case of employment looks like, but also introduce it to the various perspectives in this dynamic. Also, trying to explain and analyze the attitudes that exist in the host society. And third, we urge the involvement of migrant communities not only in service development but also in service provision, which some of the partners, in some of the partner countries is already successfully achieved by using the knowledge of former migrants or current migrants to serve as interpreters, as course instructors, and so on. And finally, to also consider the education of service providers, including teachers, social workers, and so on fundamental rights and the sensitivity of the context that they work in. This next panel will provide examples of very hands-on support to migrant integration, even through one-on-one mentoring. And to my knowledge, social workers and social mentors are oftentimes the ones to break the existing barriers between newcomers and the host society, serving in a sense as the person of trust to both sides, to the newcomer and to the host society member. An example comes to mind whenever a refugee is looking for an apartment to rent, then having this social mentor as a contact person also increases the trust for the landlord, not only for the newcomer themselves. So social workers, social mentors are somehow a traffic light in this two-way process of integration, kind of regulating and helping the process to be implemented in the way that it has been envisioned. So I very much look forward to hearing all of the experience stories from ladies next to me. Thank you.
Благодаря много, Агнесе.
Thank you very much, Agnese. Right after you, I will pass the floor on to our colleague, Florina Dragulin, to tell us about her experience and work from the Jesuit refugee service in Romania, one of the countries wherein the Jesuit refugee service is functioning. She is a caseworker, a refugee caseworker. That's an occupation that's very popular among social workers. What does she do? The caseworker provides assistance to refugees upon accommodation, informs them about their rights and possibilities, coordinates and serves as a liaison when it comes to interaction with other agencies and organizations. The Jesuit refugee service in Romania, as they refer to themselves, are a companion for all those who are seeking and receiving international protection when it comes to familiarizing these individuals with the habits and the traditions in a hosting, in a receiving community. They provide the information about services and opportunities. And now I'm passing the floor on to Florina to tell us in more details about their work.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here and to represent Jesuit Refugee Service here in Bulgaria. My name is Florina Dragulin. I'm a refugee caseworker. This means that I work directly with refugees. They come to me every day. I have meetings with them, and I have to satisfy their needs in one way or another. I'm going to tell you a bit about our projects, about our integration projects, about our cooperation with other institutions in Romania in order to reach this integration, which is a term on which I think we do not find agreement, and there are hot debates on this. Nobody established a definition so far of the integration. I'm going to start by sharing a story with you. Given the conference topic and our concern on teaching human rights and teaching the value of fundamental liberties to both host societies and beneficiaries and institutions that are working with our beneficiaries. I'm going to tell you a story of how needed is this in Romania too. As I told you before, I work as a refugee caseworker on a project which aims at providing accommodation to refugees and beneficiaries of subsidiary protection. Every day I'm struggling to find apartments, to find houses, to convince, to persuade host society to receive these people in their homes, to consider them our equals, and to be part of our life. This is very complicated because due to the media, to the disinformation, people tend to believe these people are dangerous. Because they are coming from Middle East, or because they believe the Islam is a religion of conflict and so on. So working with these landlords every day, convincing them is very, very challenging. I want to tell you about a beneficiary of mine. It was a woman who had a little girl, children. I was supposed to find her a home somewhere in Bucharest, a one-room apartment, to accompany her to see the apartment, to establish the details about the rental agreement, and then to subsidize her rent and utilities costs. And I searched for a lot of apartments because she told me she doesn't have the money for the deposit. I think you know that it's customary. You pay a small deposit in the beginning and you get it back at the end of the contract. I struggled to find a house and a landlord who did not require this small deposit. And I found it. It was really nice. And I told her, look, we should go to see this apartment. I told her the area, and she told me, look, I don't know if it's okay if I'm saying this, but I don't really like that area because a lot of Roma people are living there. And this is the point of my story. People need this kind of information to be disseminated to them during the cultural orientation courses and sessions, because it's fundamental to teach them and to include them in a more inclusive society, not to perpetuate the same patterns to which Romanian society is accustomed to. So basically, you can say that this person was very well integrated into our society because she learned our values. She learned that we don't want to be living nearby Roma people because we think they are thieves, we think they can steal our children and something like that. So this is why I'm trying to say that we really need this information to be disseminated and this culture of human rights to take roots into the Romanian society. In terms of integration, we all say it, that we see it two-folded. Like we want to see the willingness of our beneficiary to be included in our society, but we also struggle to convince the society to want these people to become us. Like in order to achieve integration, we think that it's a matter of people that would start to say it's not about them, but it's about us. So they are us, and when this starts to take place, their problems won't be their problems anymore, but ours. Their struggles in the new society won't be theirs, but would be all of our problems. Okay, going back to the projects, to the legislation, since 2004, we have a national law which established how the integration should place in Romania. And since then, we started to make integration programs for third country nationals and for beneficiaries of international protection that are coming to Romania. The integration programs are conducted and coordinated by the main institution that manages migration and asylum in Romania, which is a state institution. I told you before that it's called the General Inspectorate for Immigration. It's part of the Ministry of Interior. And their role is, on one hand, to resolve the asylum procedure, to accommodate these beneficiaries during the asylum procedure, and to coordinate the integration program. The General Inspectorate for Immigration is located in 6 parts of our country, in 6 local integration reception centers situated across our country near the borders. These centers, which are administered by the Inspectorate, are meant to accommodate asylum seekers during their procedure, but also to accommodate refugees during their integration program. The integration program is not mandatory in our country, but if you want to receive counseling, Romanian language classes, education for your cultural, historical, geographical things in our country, you need to register. Also, an important part of the willingness of our beneficiaries to register is that they receive a small amount of money every month, only if they are part of this integration program. The role of NGOs in this whole integration process is to offer expertise and to make sure that the counseling, the job seeking, the Romanian language are offered to our beneficiaries. The role of the main institution, the national one which coordinates the integration program, is to distribute responsibilities, to make sure that everybody is doing their job, and to offer places in which this integration can take place. They are called the regional integration centers. I'm going to talk a bit about my place project, which was included in the brochure. This is a bit about what we do, accept integration, what GRS is doing, access to territory, access to asylum procedure, reception, asylum procedure, integration, monitoring the detention conditions, monitoring the borders, assisting tolerated people. I'm not sure if some other countries have this legal status in their own countries, but we have it as an alternative to detention the Romanian state is offering to our beneficiary, and they are accommodated after they receive this tolerated status. They are accommodated by GRS, which administers a night shelter for tolerated persons. And of course, in partnership with the International Organization for Migration, voluntary repatriation. Okay, I'm going to talk a bit about my place project, as it was included in the brochure. just a second. My Place was a project which was implemented in between 2013 and 2015 in Bucharest, Romania. It was implemented by GRS, and I will explain it to you later why I switched the slide, because that one on the slide is a different project, but with the same name. But it's very similar, but it's in other premise and in another city. Okay. So basically, My Place was an integration program for third country nationals and for beneficiaries of international protection, implemented by GRS Romania into a multicultural center, which was built by us and developed by us in order to better satisfy the needs of our beneficiaries. The project was very, very large and very beautiful. Our beneficiaries are remembering it, are asking us about it. Why does My Place not functioning anymore? It's supposed many activities, starting from social cultural activities, recreational activities, to educational and access to basic facilities activities, and of course job seeking, which is very important. It was based on two focuses. The first one was to make them active citizens, active participants of the society, and this was undertaken through activities that aimed at a better access to provisions of the state, to institutions, to educations, to social services, to employment, to psychological counselor. So basically, we wanted to ensure that these people are autonomous and they can reach their full potential in this society. In order to achieve this, we had the support of a very, very active network of volunteers and of a very, very active network of churches. We are a Catholic organization. We are not Catholics, but we are a Catholic organization, and we have the support of the missionaries, of the sisters, of various Catholic organizations from our country. And this was very, very important to us. Also, except this access to basic service provision offered by the state, the second focus was social activities. In order to feel at home, you need to have a place where to laugh with somebody, to tell your stories to somebody, to feel like you are included in something. And My Place was the best at doing this. Because a lot of people knew about this, a lot of volunteers came there, and it was like a community created, and they started to tell to other migrants, to other refugees, look, it's so nice here, you should come to us. We had intercultural nights, we had celebration of birthdays, we had cooking nights, football events, sport events. Also, the place was very interesting because we had some rooms, each of them designed for a specific type of action. For instance, we had the tea room. It was called like that it was in our office where we later on worked. And after the project ended, we used the same names we used to use during My Place project. So the tea room was a place for socializing, for drinking tea, for playing social games, and so on. We also had the internet cafe, which was a room equipped with computers, and our beneficiaries could develop their IT skill, their computer typing, their opening an email account, and so on. They were helped to ensure these objectives by our network of volunteers. Also, we had a room specific for children. It was called the children's rooms, in order to ensure that mothers would participate to activities. We provided this kind of facilities for children in order to have them doing something useful and fun during the time where when adults were doing something else. So this was very, very useful. Okay, I'm going to move forward because I know the schedule is very tight. This new project, My Place, is taking place in different cities, not in Bucharest, but in Constanța and Galați. There are some cities near the seaside. And they are basically the same projects, but now they are implemented as a national integration program implemented by the main institution in migration and asylum field. So basically, we now cooperate more with the police, as you asked before, and it's conducted by our NGO, but is managed by the police. So it involves socio-cultural activities, trips to museums, trips to other parts of the country to learn some important castles or objectives that are important to our Romanian identity. Okay, I will speak a bit about another project, and then I will give the floor because I think it's time for me to do that. I'm going to speak about a new house project. I already told you a bit of information before. It's a project that aims at integrating the beneficiaries of international protection through avoiding the segregation into migrant neighborhoods, through avoiding their long stay into the reception centers, and through aiming at their insertion into the society. So basically, the project means that we, as refugee case workers, we accompany them, we find them appropriate accommodation according to their needs, according to what they want, but the condition is that we do not find them accommodation in a migrant neighborhood to which they belong. For instance, we do not send Syrians to a neighborhood which is populated only by Syrians, because we want to facilitate the integration. Of course, these ties and connections with your community are important, but as important is to create new communities with the host society. Okay, that would be it. Thank you so much.
Благодаря на Флорина от румънския опит директно в
Thank you, Florina. And now, from the Romania experience, we will move on to a different reality. This is the experience of Latvia. Ilza Dumina will talk about it. She's a project manager at the Society Integration Foundation, Latvia. It's a public foundation, is kind of an institution founded in 2001, and its main mission is to support integration. It supports the implementation of projects, programs, NGOs, and it's run by a interinstitutional council involving all stakeholder institutions. So it's closer to the government, to the state, but Elsa will talk more about it. You have the floor.
Hello. Thank you, Marianne, for such a big explanation. You already took some slides of me. But anyway, I would like to present my institution and a little bit more to tell about the project what I manage, and more I will focus on 2 from 6 activities. So my name is Ilze Dūmiņa and I represent Society Integration Foundation. As Marianne said, it's independent state institution, if we can call, or it's public foundation, which has separate law on our tasks, functions, and in this year we will turn 18. And yeah, we have been going through a lot of experience, but mainly the objective is to financially support and to promote integration of society and to promote civil participation. And in last 5 years, we started to conduct projects by ourselves as well, because there were bigger issues what we wanted to raise in our country. Our institution is subordinated not to the ministries. We are subordinated to the Prime Minister. There is only 2 institutions in Latvia who are subordinated by under the Prime Minister. It's Bureau of Corruption and our Integration Fund. So that's why I said that we are independent, and sometimes it's very hard because we are talking about sensitive issues and we don't have no institutions which supports us because each ministry has some political support, and sometimes we are kind of alone. Our decision-making body is council, which consists of 18 members. There is 6 ministers, 1 representative from President office, 5 regions of Latvia, and 6 NGO members. And implementation body is Secretariat of Social Integration Foundation, and we are 30 employees. At the moment, we are implementing 5 state programs, which are linked with diaspora issues, with NGO support, with capacity building. But as well, as I said, we have a fund for European aid to the most deprived people, what we are coordinating. At the moment, there are 5 types of support packages. And we implement project diversity promotion, which is supported by European Social Fund, and I am a manager of the project. The project started in 2016 and will last till 2022. So we are kind of in a middle. It was already selected, and our institution was entrusted with this invitation to implement project about diversity issues, on non-discrimination issues. But then came, we can call it migration crisis, and our project was extended, and I will talk a little bit later about social worker and social mentor support to refugees, asylum seekers. So part of activities were, and the money was divided and taken from other activities in order to support asylum seekers. The total amount of the project is 6.8 million, and mainly we would like to help 3,100 persons who are subjected to very, very, very big risk of social exclusion. These are people who are excluded from everything, from everywhere, and somehow nobody sees them, and sometimes institutions, it is very comfortable to not see the problem. So the number is not so big, but it is individual work what needs to be conducted with these people in order to get them back into society. And it was estimated that approximately there will be 390 people, asylum seekers, and the refugees and persons with alternative or subsidiarity status in Latvia, which will need our help. Yeah, this is the number, 390. There is no missing any nulls. These are very small, but again, as I said, it's something new and very individual work that we are conducting. There are 6 activities for different vulnerable groups. There are motivation programs for people subject to risks of social exclusion and discrimination. This is what I was talking previously about people who are out of all of support. We conducted study on gender budgeting practices and wrote some recommendation how it can be implemented in state and municipal budgeting. There is 2 activities supporting employers. We provide education activities of social inclusion and non-discrimination issues to employers and to employees. We teach how to be more open to otherness, to be not so with prejudice when you are implementing diversity management, and how to open all of your staff. And the second is support activities. When you start to do something in your workspace, you want to be inclusive, you need to support, because there are barriers each time. Do I do right, do not? And we even can make some celebration, and it's quite similar to diversity charter, what we are giving each year. Last year was the first in Latvia when we started to give
Prize.
Yeah, like a prize award for good things, what employers do. And 2 more activities, social work and social mentor service for asylum seekers and refugees, and awareness raising campaign for diversity, tolerance and non-discrimination. Let's focus on this social work and social mentor support. I will give some infographics, what we have prepared for our clients, and we are giving what we are doing in easy language. It is in a 5 language. I brought in English. So please take who wants to go more deeper in this issue. I will divide. So social worker and social worker and social mentor service include support to a person during the transition stage of integration. I heard it was like coach, it is caseworker. We focus on social work and on mentoring by shaping an understanding regarding the life in this new society, by acquisition of the skills needed for everyday life. We help to develop and create new skills. We ensure 5 social workers and 30 social mentors. It is if there would be a maximum amount of people who could come, but at the moment there is just 2 and 11 social mentors who are needed. and who can cope and ensure all of services. One social worker is calculated for 30 to 120 clients. It depends on intensity of complexity of the case. And one social mentor is for 5 or for 20 clients. It can be one social worker per family if it's 5, or it can be for 20 individuals. And we help to all of 3 of these groups, asylum seekers, who are coming to Latvia under EU relocation program. We help to person arriving to Latvia independently, and as well persons with refugee or alternative status. It is not so. It wasn't meant so these 3 years ago. We needed even to a little bit fight for that the social service can be ensured for all of these 3 groups, because our government wanted to focus only on asylum seekers under European relocation program. All who came independently, they can live independently and so on. But yeah, I need to focus one more time that before 2016, when started our project, and before migration crisis, Latvia wasn't focused on social help to people. There was only procedure of documentation, and that's all. There was no social worker or any other social help. And then Latvia elaborated action plan, and one big focus was to guarantee this social economic help for people. Social worker is cooperating with social mentor, elaborating social economic inclusion plan. And of course there is the needs of the client, how to ensure, how draw up a list of the necessary consultations, introduce with the rights and obligations. And social worker and social mentor service is ensured for people for 3 months during asylum seeking process, and for 12 months after obtaining the status. So
but
what
you have to know that they usually receive the decision. They usually receive the decision within 3 months. So
usually receive only these people who came under the EU program. If they come by themselves, it can take 8, 9, or even more months. Then social worker and social mentor is all the time next to the person till the person gets the final decision. And afterwards, if the decision is positive. So there will be one more infographic about numbers. In 2017, there was monthly support given to 180 people. In 2018, already the number is decreasing. It's 90 people per month approximately. And in this year, it's already 70 persons are served per month. And it is shrinking, and even it starts, the talks are starting, maybe we don't need such a service. So the numbers, politicians like big numbers in order to ensure state help. In 3 years' time, service were guaranteed for 786 people, and 71% of them have left the country after the receiving status, in close time after receiving the status. So mostly nobody wants to stay in Latvia. There are a little bit more than 10 people in Latvia who are under the resettlement program. All of people who came here under resettlement have left. And 33 people have been moved for the secondary time, mostly because of documents, and when they received new documents, so they left us again. Till now, the service is provided by two NGOs. One of them is Latvian Red Cross. At the moment, they are providing as well, because NGOs are selected during the procurement process, and yeah, and it will last till 2022. What will be afterwards? Now we have a new struggles, new fights in front of us. How to make this service to be long-lasting and to be as a normal part of social service in our country. Before I'm going to awareness-raising campaign, Marianne is not showing me anything. Status quo about Latvia. I wanted to show a video again, so I would not need to talk so much, but okay, so I need to explain a little bit. But mainly, only 20% of Latvian inhabitants have no prejudice against different regions. It was already said before that there is a small practice or small contact have been for these people with different ethnic, but we already have a prejudice and stereotypes that we don't want to work with them or to have them in neighbors. And we are in 37 rank out of 38 countries that our integration policy are not so welcome. So this is one of the worst place in the MIPEX index context. And 1/3 of society believe that national efforts what have been done to combat discrimination have been ineffective. So our project took this goal to make one big effective campaign. In order to start this campaign, we conduct strategy, and it was developed. We measured the current level of awareness and understanding about the issues of social inclusion and discrimination, measured the most effective ways how to reach the target groups. We were searching for good practices abroad and selected the most appropriate ways how we need to talk with our society, and determined a creative solution. And it is a little bit different from other campaigns what have been in Latvia till this time. So from 2018, from the middle of 2018, we started to implement a strategy-based campaign for 5 years. It's not like a short-term strategy or short-term awareness-raising campaign. No, it's a long time, so we will try to change the values and attitudes. So there will be 5 different years with 5 different focuses, thematic years. Last year was the first year, and we were focusing on asylum seekers and refugees, appealing to society to see the human side of the refugee. This year is more focused on ethnic discrimination, and next year and the year after the next will be about gender equality, age discrimination, and about disability issues. So I feel you. So let's then finish with this picture slide. In order to achieve some changes, we talked with the people and make accents that everybody's opinion and actions are important, and just, for example, if we create one working space or working position for asylum seeker or for a person with disability, this is already a step towards a target and the problem solution. There have been expert opinions. There are stories about real lives, how they survive in Latvia, why they stayed. There are experience of employers that you don't need to be scared of it, and a lot of activities, and the rank of publication is very high, which mean, and yeah, and we can even feel already the changes, but we will conduct midterm evaluation to see, do we understand correctly the study, and do we go in the right direction. But we already feel some changes, because when we started to implement social work and social mentor program, we even needed to hide our specialists, because in a Facebook, in everywhere, they were searching for these people, and they were kind of attacking. But yeah, we needed to hide these people because they were guilty. If but now already we can be proud, and our social mentors are proud, and they can say openly in, for example, on Facebook, hey, I'm a social mentor, and I'm looking for apartment. Does somebody have something appropriate? And so it's already changing. I don't know. Of course, there are internal, external obstacles what can influence it, but it's already have been changed. And yeah, we are doing some voluntary work. We are collecting presents for children who are here in the reception center, and then we are celebrating Christmas, and we are inviting all of society to prepare individual presents. And it's very nice tradition already in a country, we can even say, even if it's only 40 gifts. So for more contacts, here is my email, or you can follow us on Facebook, but it's in Latvian, I'm sorry, and some address of correspondence, and you are welcome for questions.
И накрая на този панел се връщаме в България. В следващия панел, както сте видяли в програмата, сме изцяло в България.
Now, towards the end of this panel, we're coming back to Bulgaria. You can see the agenda provides for several specific practices and examples. The presentation will be read by Mrs. Milena Argirova, who is social worker at the Refugee Migrant Service, Bulgarian Red Cross. She is also experienced expert working with the Ministry of Interior. You know, Red Cross also in Bulgaria needs no special words of introduction. It aims to provide for the social economic integration of refugees to Bulgaria, to support their integration, and to support the transition to more positive mindset in society, so to provide support for the most vulnerable subgroups therein by providing services and other types of help. Joanna will be taking over to address you. Her presentation will be in English for you to more easily perceive the information. However, she will be speaking in Bulgaria. Hello everyone, it's a great pleasure for me to be part of your wonderful conference. My name is Joanna. I'm a social worker at the headquarters of the Bulgarian Red Cross. I'm replacing Mrs. Chayakolova today, who is our coordinator for integration measures at our Center for Integration. I will talk about this center in a few seconds' time. I know the title of my presentation is a bit longer than you might have expected, but I will tell you why. I will try to tell you what the Refugee Migrant Service of the Bulgarian Red Cross is. I will brief you on all the projects we are implementing, but I will tell you more about the main project. Again, a very long name of a project, the one that you see in bullet 2 on this slide, and I will tell you about the role of the BRC
A historical review. The Bulgarian Red Cross organization was established in 1993 when our partnership with the High Commissioner for the Refugees with the UN started, but we are part an affiliate of the International Directorate of the Red Cross. We have a project manager. I work together with at our headquarters. We have a main financial partner in the UNHCR, and along with this we have a funding deposit account wherein our private financial donors can use to provide voluntary assistance. You might have seen our boxes. We also partner with a battery of NGOs, but mainly we work with the State Refugee Agency and Migration Directorate with the Ministry of Interior of Bulgaria. We work closely with Caritas organization in Sofia. We coordinate our actions, our activities with them. We do this because often organizations work on the same cases, and in order to avoid overlapping, we work closely with these organizations, the council, the Women's Council in Bulgaria, the Bulgarian Helsinki committee. We have several projects. The first one is to work. The first one is the hygiene procurement project. We provide for different activities related to personal hygiene, hygiene of accommodation places. We extensively educate our beneficiaries and provide for different consumables for them to use at the places of accommodation. We also have a project related to integration of relocated individuals financed by the Integration Directorate, also partners from Croatia, but it's coordinated by the International Red Cross organization and the Red Crescent organization. Within this project, we will soon have an activity, a very prominent one, the Employment Day on the 21st of May. And we have a vocational training day, we have cultural trips, and we issued a 3-language brochure in English, Farsi and Arab, and you can find this leaflet uploaded on our site. We have a project that's called Know Your Neighbor, again organized by Shelter and Migration Service. This project is aimed, the focus group is Bulgarian society, moods, attitudes, and the building of capacity in infrastructure within the Bulgarian society. On this slide you can see that the number of clients, the potential clients we have, is shrinking. In 2018 our accommodation centers are filled to capacity of not more than 10%. The main project that we are implementing, as I said, is the improvement of the reception and integration conditions for refugees and asylum seekers in Bulgaria. This project is entirely funded by the United Nations. High Commissioner for Refugees. The main activities under this project are, first of all, monitoring of the receiving centers, of the reception conditions. That is, we observe the procedure and how the procedure is provided for refugees. The second objective is policies development, and in this aspect we have humanitarian and in-kind and financial aid provision. Financial aid is provided to those who are most vulnerable. My job is exactly that. I receive such people to my office, and in order to be able to assess their level of vulnerability, I interview them, I talk to them, I check against different criteria, whether they're single parents, whether they have some degree of disability, or whether they're unemployed. The overall objective is to learn as much as possible about them so as to know how we can best help them. What are our financial capabilities? We are able to cover for their 1 month rent, and we are able to provide some money for their medication if they're using any. And we can also pay for the issuance of their ID documents, but also other help as well. We try to provide such help that will be indeed beneficial for them. We have social worker at the State Agency for Refugees. There is a reception center there, and this worker of ours also work with asylum seekers and occasionally referring their requests for financial aid to our office, because I'm the archiving officer. The next objective is the integration, and we have summer camp for refugee children for 2 weeks, and we also have 20 info meetings, info events held at our center, where we speak with migrants about their social rights and gender-based violence. Unfortunately, we only have provisions for 20 such days. We also support the Afghan school at the registration and receiving center in Harmanli, and we have at least 10 peer-to-peer meetings in schools, not only in Sofia but Harmanli, Novozagor. Those are all towns that are mostly in south eastern part of Bulgaria near the border. Our reception and integration center, Integration Information Center for Refugees was set up within the framework of this project. We are downtown central Sofia, and the main integration related work is being carried out from here. We try to render support to all who need education. In our information center, we have Mrs. Chaya Koleva, who is the manager or coordinator of the entire center. We have also a social worker. You can see him to the right in this slide in the bottom photograph. And that's Mohammed, who helps us with translation and interpretation. He's a refugee that's been living in Bulgaria for 20 years, so he's quite integrated, I'd say. When it comes to enrolling children in kindergartens or schools, Mohammed, if translation is needed, accompanies these children, and we also support the classes and tutoring. On the slide on top, you can see one of our volunteers working at the Bulgarian Red Cross. He is our tutor. He's a migrant of many years. He has Bulgarian citizenship already. He helps children for their history, English classes, mathematics, and also Bulgarian language classes. He's a dedicated volunteer again. And we can always help them with the preparation of resumes and motivation letters, And the event upcoming on the 21st of May is such that we've prepared a database with information to all employers who might be willing to look into it. And we've designed this list so as to provide information to the refugees which are the highly profiled, jobs requiring professional skills and higher specializations, so that migrants and refugees can know their way into the job market. We always accompany our clients to employers, and we provide translation if needed. We also accompany them to social institutions for various administrative procedures. For example, the social benefits for children are one such procedure that may be available to foreigners. However, there is a legislative provision which only reads that social benefits for children are available for Bulgarian citizens, but it's a problem because our clients should be eligible to receive such, and in order to overcome such legislative burdens, we direct them to the legal consultants at the Bulgarian Helsinki Committee. Another problem we have to overcome is that the general practitioners are not willing to enroll them on their list of patients. The procedure is somewhat burdensome because many refugees leave Bulgaria, and GPs have no administrative tools to delete them from their system, so they are not willing to enroll them in the first place. And we also support them for applying for Bulgarian citizenship. Something else we do is that we organize social events, and we organize a tour-guided visit in Sofia, and we give away the tokens of Bulgarian March tradition. Those are red and white thread bracelets. We also have Bulgarian language courses in different levels, A1, A2, B2 level. The capacity of our integration program is 50 individuals per year, and all who are enrolled in Bulgarian language classes or vocational training, they receive a free of charge card to travel with the public transportation in Sofia, so that they can easily find their way around the town. And once our students take the B1 level exam, they receive a certificate, and this certificate is recognized upon their application for Bulgarian citizenship. That is, the authorities recognize their level of knowledge in Bulgaria. Very shortly, we will also organize another type of Bulgarian language course, which will be focused on special vocabulary that is needed in order to get a driving license in Bulgaria. This course will be given by a Syrian refugee who's been in Bulgaria for only 3 years but knows excellent Bulgarian. Another course is the vocational training course that is in the field of computer skills and English. Soon we will have a new course in graphic and web design. Additional to that, we cover for the expenses for translation and legalization of documents, diplomas mostly. Furthermore, all the participants enrolled in our program are eligible to receive reimbursement for health insurance, but only for the current year. That is, we only provide financing for the reimbursement of the now running ear and no for years in the past, unfortunately. We have 2 volunteers right now. One is reading a course on Europe's history and the other one an English language course. The lady in yellow to the right on the slide, she's from Spain. Her her husband is a diplomat in the embassy, and she decided to do some voluntary work. And that was it. Thank you for your attention. And thank you. If you have any short questions, you're more than welcome to ask them now. If not, we will make a coffee break, same place again. And I would like to ask you to be back at 3:30 so that we can start the next panel that is entirely Bulgarian and totally practice-oriented, that will give some overview and conclusions both by Emilia and myself, and then we will wrap. But before this, coffee break. Thank you.
So we'll continue with the last panel. It's focused on the activities aimed at integration for migrants. And I now have the pleasure to pass the floor to Annika Mariotti, who is the International Projects Coordination at the Center for European Constitutional Law in Greece. She's our partner, not just on these projects for a long time now. And Gabriela Ionescu, who is also an international projects expert, a psychologist from Pro Refugio in Romania. She's also our partner, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Maria. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Annie. I have the pleasure to participate in this conference on behalf of the Center for European Constitutional Law in Athens. We are a public benefit foundation and a research institution. We have been implementing projects on fundamental rights, institution building, and judicial reform mainly for the past, well, over 15 years. We have been working from the Center for the Study of Democracy in multiple projects. And since this is the last panel, I wanted to, before I pass the floor to the speakers, thank them very much for their long-term cooperation, impeccable work always, and warm hospitality. And thank all of you for being here, the speakers and the participants. A great pleasure to be with you. So essentially, this is the last panel of the day. It focuses on specific actions to support migrant integration, third country national integration. So the purpose is to bring together everything we discussed today, bring together the policy perspective, the theoretical perspective, and how this can be done in practice. So let me give you some info on what the European Union says about the matter. Today, there are some 22 million non-EU nationals residing legally in the European Union. That's almost 4.5% of the population. From a policy perspective, which is my turf, this reality, whether we like it or not, it does constitute a very big challenge for states. It burdens the national budgets, it disrupts the cohesion of society, and it provokes our deep-seated stereotypical approach to life. It's us and them, and that is a problem. However, it is real and it is here. And when something is real, you only have two roads. One is to ignore it, and the other is to deal with it. So in my opinion, the only action that can lead to peace and prosperity is practical integration of those third country nationals. We believe that successful integration can turn migration into an opportunity rather than a challenge. And we believe that migrants, if integrated into society, can be a wealth for the European Union, can be a wealth internationally, and can also boost GDP and financial prosperity in the countries that host them. So it's not only a challenge, it's at the same time an opportunity, and I think it's very important to choose that perspective when discussing integration of third country nationals. So investing in integration policies and specific actions is of the utmost importance. In recognition of this, the European Commission adopted an action plan on the integration of third country nationals in 2016 with the aim to present a concrete framework for action and to support member states in developing and strengthening their integration policies and actions. I'm going to go through it very briefly. The plan includes actions across all policy areas that are crucial to integration. So, pre-departure and pre-arrival activities, measures, including activities to prepare migrants as well as host societies for the arrival of third country nationals and the integration process that will ensue. Education, including actions to promote language training, participation of migrant children to early childhood education and care, teacher training and civic education. Employment and vocational training, very important, including actions to promote early integration into the labor market and migrants' entrepreneurship, because I wanted to say here, after having heard all the interventions, that it's all good and well to discuss theoretical aspects of integration, but if a migrant, a refugee, a third country national cannot find livelihood in a country, that makes everything else secondary and very difficult. Access to basic services, of course, such as housing and healthcare, active participation and social inclusion, including actions to support exchanges with the receiving society, migrants' participation to cultural life, fighting discrimination through social integration, which is the specific subject of the current project. So throughout the day today, we have been presented, and also in this panel, we will continue to hear specific practical activities and initiatives to integrate third country nationals, mainly through language courses and social orientation programs. I know that in our country, in Greece, social integration is done almost exclusively through language programs, and that is a problem, in my opinion. So from a policy perspective, now is the time to take theory into practice and commence initiatives that are hands-on, that are practical, and that have the maximum possible effect on integrating third country nationals. So, and to this note, I will pass the floor to Gabriela.
Thank you, Annie. My name is Gabriela, and I'm a psychologist and a cognitive behavioral therapist. For about 10 years, I've been working with migrants, victims of torture, trauma, victims of human trafficking, gender-based violence victims. So basically, these are categories which face risk of being discriminated. What I have noticed is that we all have biases. We all have the tendency to favorize our group, the group to which we identify with, over other groups. So biases are basically composed of thoughts and emotions. When it comes to discrimination, we are talking about behavior, about acting or non-acting in a certain situation. For example, I think action is very clear what it means to have a discriminatory behavior towards someone, to act in a discriminatory way. But what does it mean to have no action in a discriminatory situation? Well, I will give you an example. So let's say that a woman is aggressed on the street, and usually, me as a man, I step out. I step up and protect that woman, and that woman is white. But what happens if the woman is not white, is black, and I don't do anything? That could be considered as a discriminatory behavior, because I didn't do anything to protect her based on her race, because she was black. She does not belong to my group. The good thing is that we are not born with a discriminatory behavior, with a negative behavior towards a group or another. And that can be educated, and that can be changed. We cannot change our tendencies, but we can educate ourselves and change our behavior. Okay, I want to stress out this fact that stereotype refers to our set of beliefs towards a certain group of people. Prejudice is our emotions that we feel related to our beliefs. And discrimination is the behavior we have. Okay, so we have thoughts, we have emotions, and we have behavior. Discrimination refers to behavior, things that can be changed. How do we break stereotypes and prejudices? How do we do it? Well, the studies in the field of discrimination found one particular way which is considered to be the most effective. To facilitate the interaction between the group members, the members of the in-group, the group that I am part of, and the members of the outgroup, the others, the other group, the member of the other groups. And they say there are three major rules that needs to be respected in order for this process to be as good as possible. So, the first one is that the contact between the members of my group and the members of the other group should be directed toward achieving a common goal. The second rule is that this contact should be facilitated by state authorities. And the third rule is that the group members, and this is very important, should be at the same level, should have the same position, and should have similar abilities towards achieving the same goal, the same tasks. The common task could be making bread. And with this final idea, I will introduce the next speaker, who will present the project on bread making.
Благодаря на Ани и на Габриела за професионалното въведение.
Thank you very much, Ani and Gabriela, for this very professional introduction. We will indeed now focus on some specific activities that have been implemented in Bulgaria, aiming towards integration of migrants. And yes, we will start with the example of the bread houses. In Sofia, Milena Karakanova will take over to tell us more about the bread houses and the model thereof for social and cultural community center, because this is a tool that is of social, therapeutical, cultural and educational benefit. And for the purposes, one of the purposes of this organization is to give an example as to how such bread houses can actually do the job if set up in the biggest administrative centers in Bulgaria, that is the biggest towns of Bulgaria. Now, having said that, I don't want to take more of Milena's time because I want her to give detail on the activities and the work of this organization towards integration of migrants. Hello, my name is Milena Karakanova. I'm part of the team working at the bread house. Indeed, we make bread. Making bread, we bring people together. We make so that they meet, share thoughts, dreams. We use the bread, the phenomenon, as a phenomenon that brings people together. It's an intrinsic Bulgarian tradition, and stepping on this Bulgarian tradition as a firm foundation, we decided that it would be a wonderful way to disseminate integration. We started back in 2016 as a good practice for successful social inclusion of different groups of refugees, and we need to socialize. That is our logo, and indeed we try to include people regardless of their age or origin. We are part of an international community. We are part of the association, the International Council on Self-Initiated Communities, Associations. We need flour, water, and a table to bring people together. We don't need sophisticated premises or environment. It's not difficult to provide for the integration within society. That's the main principle. Furthermore, through this idea for social entrepreneurship, people can set up successful businesses, partnering with other community groups. Very often, we do everything together. We take democratic decisions as to what happens when, what topic should the event follow, and I would like to extend our gratitude to Multiculti Foundation or the Refugee Women Association. We always partner with an organization that is in direct contact with our target groups. So we make bread in order to include people into society. Very often people from refugee groups or migrants don't have places, venues, sites to meet at. And the bread house is one such place. They get together, they talk to each other, and people do take big pleasure into coming to our events. Additional to this, local community has a platform to meet migrant community. When we bring people together at the bread house, it's extremely easy. Language barrier can be overcome very easily because we have translators and interpreters, and people speak their own language. However, they can communicate with others, and it's not difficult to break cultural barriers and stereotypes, provided the idea that we are diverse. However, we all made of the same material, the dough, and through bread we can change our shape. We can be kneaded into a bread that will be liked by everyone. So the idea is to have participants regardless of their age. We work with children, adults, youths, mothers with children or young adults. This is one of our projects that was started together with the Council of Women, that's financed by the High Commissioner. And that's the idea. We are all made out of the same dough. Children got together on several separate occasions. They made bread. The idea was for them to speak their own language or to try to learn some Bulgarian words. We encouraged the dialogue between children through our methods. That's the breadcrumb theater, and or through making role play demonstration. And indeed, it's very easy to break stereotypes in this way, something that we didn't think was possible, but it is. Another project that we worked until the end of this last year, that's the bread bakery, Bakers Without Borders, that's financed by the Japanese Foundation for Peace, Nivano. We worked with the main communities, Jewish, Armenian, and Turkish community, migrant community, refugee. We on regular basis got them together with the Bulgarian young people, and so it was a platform for improvement of social and language skills, and it was indeed a pleasure to see how such an easy practice such as bread making can facilitate to a great extent a sophisticated process such as integration. Now, in this next project, we had refugee women presenting their traditional recipes from the countries of origin. They told us about the preparation of different dishes, and in this way we empowered women for 2 hours only. However, they took great pleasure in this because they acted as facilitators, sharing their skills, knowledge, and also they would come out of their usual format of existence and a circle of close ones. It was excellent, and it was a great opportunity for interaction, collective activities. People would learn for different exchange and traditions. We continue working with Multiculti in another project that's called Diverse Together, Sharing Bread and Stories, financed by Foundation Plovdiv 2019. We have amateur chefs and cooks that not only share their recipes but also stories. All participants draw in dough, and they would ask questions to the facilitators, to the cooks, and this would provide for a wonderful conversation. Sharing stories is indeed an interesting method. Another project of ours is for women with children. In this format, women would prepare their homemade recipes. The project is called As at Home. We learn, we play, again in cooperation with the Council of Women, Refugee Women in Bulgaria. Children would find this very entertaining and relaxing. They found it interesting to talk about their dreams, their ambitions and aspirations. In this way, we were able to improve their language skills and also their self-confidence feeling, and that's reinforcing their self-confidence is means of support that is much needed by these communities. Another project is the Bakers Without Borders, and that's interesting game for social entrepreneurship. That's Create Your Own Bread House, and that's a project for ideas becoming socially oriented businesses. It does not only speak of how we make bread, but also how bread making can be made can be used as a metaphor for creating something that would later on turn into a team, into a business, and young people can thus realize for themselves how they can make their dreams come true. Again, this project is financed by the Japanese Foundation for Peace, Nivano. We continue work on all of these projects. I omitted to say that we have been awarded for Project of the Year the Tulip project, and I thank you very much for this recognition to all of you who participated in the assessment, and I hope we'll be as successful as before in the projects to come. Thank you very much, Milena, for these great projects, and taking a cue from her last words, I want to present to you the Tulip project and the Talk to Me project that is a project attracting volunteering and educating foreign refugees. Miroslava Georgieva will be talking about this project. She's a project coordinator at the Tulip Foundation for 11 years now. I'm passing the floor on to her to tell us in greater detail about the activities. Hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me, providing this opportunity to present our project to you. This is a project which started 2016 and until 2018. We partnered with several organizations, and the main one was an organization from Germany. I don't speak German, but and I have troubles pronouncing the name, but they are from Passau. They work exclusively with volunteers and refugees for many years now. They're very popular in Germany, and they've been awarded on multiple occasions at regional and international level. The Talk to Me project was developed by them. What we did was to adapt this project to Bulgarian conditions, and along with our German partners, we had partners from Romania, from Cluj-Napoca. This project was financed under the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. The essence of this project I will try to summarize by making a connection of what we spoke in the morning about overcoming the phenomena of racism and xenophobia, and also making a bridge from this morning to what Gabriela said a few minutes ago. It's only normal that people who do not know each other, people who who see the other as someone who's completely different, who's coming from a totally different country. It's only normal that these people are seen as aliens, someone that we may be intolerant or discriminative with. So we wanted to overcome this, and in order to do so, we wanted to provide a platform for people to get to know each other and to get together. So what did we do? We set up pairs from a volunteer and a refugee, and they would meet once per week and for 1 hour, and they would talk on different topics. We did this because we believe that communication between people, between two people, eventually leads to these people knowing each other, accepting each other, connecting and bonding, trusting each other as well, and mutual respect, last but not least. Talk to Me is not a language course. We don't have curricula, we don't have grammar exercises. This is not at all aimed to improve the language skills. Rather, Talk with Me is a platform for people to get together and talk to each other, because when you get into a foreign country and don't know the language, what the person is missing, is lacking, is someone to communicate with in a real environment. The other idea was that each and every one of us travels on a regular basis. You know, in order to know a place or a town is to go around the town either by walking alone with the map in your hand, or if you have someone you know in this town, because if there's someone to accompany you, someone who is local, they would know what is worth seeing, what is worth visiting, what is worth drinking and eating. They would take you places to party or some special sites. So this is what we wanted to do, to provide for friendship between people coming from different countries. But in order for this to happen, some serious preparation work had to be done in advance. First of all, we needed volunteers. We would envisage these people to be young, from 16 to 30 years. Volunteers were willing to be trained. We developed guidelines. One is the induction of volunteers guidelines, and along with various interesting questions, we had interesting exercises, practical ones, and advice on topics such as stereotypes, thinking, prejudice as well. There was a special chapter on the role of the volunteering mentor, what the expectations were, and also information on where the mentor could get support and help in case of need. One of the exercises that we used while training the volunteers, we showed them these pictures and we asked them, what do you see on this picture? And most of the cases the answer would be smoking, chimneys and polluted air. And then we would show them this next picture. What do you see on this? We'll see people entertaining themselves, having some good time. And then we showed them that it's actually the same picture. It's one photograph from Iceland. It's a geyser, of which one part functions as a pool, whereas the other is an installation for carpet cleaning. This is where the steam is generated that you see as if polluting the air. Now this was an example, a good one, of how two seemingly different things are actually part of one and the same picture. what else we did was prepare refugees prior to forming the pairs. We would educate them on what volunteering meant and what their benefits would be if they decided to participate in the pairs, and what was expected from them. We also informed them about some specific cultural differences and disparities. I don't know for how long you've been in Bulgaria for this conference, but you might have noticed the difference of how we nod for saying yes or no. It's totally different to what Europeans do. It's the opposite direction. We also have guidelines for the entire Talk to Me model. It's a detailed, comprehensive description of every step in order for the organizations that avail of this model to be facilitated as best as possible without needing any additional advice, consultation or training. The most important and the most difficult part was to actually get our volunteers together with the refugees on the same day at the same time. We wanted to make sure that the number of volunteers who would show up would be just equal to the number of refugees that would show up, so that nobody's left without a partner. The guidelines have a detailed idea how this meeting would take place, from spaghetti mating to the so-called speed dating format. In this format, refugees would form a line. Just opposite to them, the volunteers would form another line, and they would get 1 minute to talk to each other on a topic, and then they would rearrange so as to meet another partner. In this way, everybody get to speak to everybody else. Now, we extensively deliberated on how to form the pairs at the end. We had an initial idea who would best click with someone else. We had an idea naturally, but we didn't want to impose this onto them, and we made it all kind of random. We asked all volunteers to write their names, put the names into a hat, and then all refugees had to pull one name out of the hat, and this was the selection. The pair was this form for people to meet over the next upcoming weeks, and it worked. People clicked and with each other. There was a toolkit. The toolkit actually consisted of topics that were previously elaborated by our volunteers. Those were issues for discussion. But we did not extensively took part of the topic formulation. They were more or less connected to Sofia because the project was implemented in Sofia. They were more or less some hints or a guiding light for volunteers to feel at ease, that they would have something to talk about at each of the meetings they would have with the refugees, but they had all the freedom to further discuss. They were also free to change them if they saw that their partner refugee had some other area of interest. The only rules were that our volunteers would not provide legal, financial or health care consultation and advice to our refugees. Their obligation was to, if such issues came up, to direct and refer the refugees to the competent institutions. There was a pair in which both the volunteer and the refugees were both cyclists, and they would get together cycling around the town. They even decided to go up the Vitsha mountain twice. The volunteer had introduced the refugee to the volunteers' biking company. Another pair was also interesting. One of the girls was one but last year of her high school, and she was in a pair with a refugee who had just graduated from university, starting to be a teacher in Bulgarian school, and she had a problem with the Bulgarian revival authors, Bulgarian literature, novelists, and they turned their meeting into Bulgarian literature classes of some kind, and they met more than once a week. So it turned out that this model works. 6 months after the official completion, the official end of this project, we still had information that 6 of the pairs we've set up still communicate with each other on a regular basis, and that's 6 out of 10, which is a great success. That's a photograph of both volunteers and refugees. Those are the handouts that we've developed under the project, the guidelines, the toolkit document. They're all available for you to refer to at the voluntary-mentors.eu. You can use them, you can read them. Below there are my contacts. You can contact me, call me, write to me. All the materials uploaded on this site are available in Bulgarian, Romanian, German and English, and you can avail of them totally free of charge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miroslava, for the exciting activities that you presented. And let's wish them that they could find a way to continue this project. And now one more Bulgarian NGO, the Multi-Culti Collective. It's an organization dealing with community development, migrants, refugees, and the project coordinator Panayot Chevkarov will talk about the organization and what they do, like catering, cooking courses, team building. So over to you. Good afternoon, my name is Panayot. Those of you who know me, I'd like to send the best regards from Bistra and to Agnese. Special regards. Multiculti has been around since 2012, and in 2011 we informally worked as an informal group. Then we established the NGO, and now we're a social enterprise. Our main work and mission is to improve integration between Bulgarian nationals and foreign nationals. We believe people are equal, doesn't matter whether they're migrants or refugees. So it's not, we work not just on integration of foreign nationals to Bulgaria, into Bulgaria. We do field work, we work on the policy level, we conduct studies, and we are now, my colleagues are now at in Budapest to present our work at a big forum, and I'm here So we work with Bulgarian national, other nationals. We, well, historically, the first thing that we did was the multi-county kitchen. We started this initiative before we established the organization. It's a platform for empowering immigrants, and it's getting into. It's about what we did. We get into contact with a foreign community, and we organize a cultural program. We present the cuisine. The original cuisine, we show videos, we have a lot of dancing and singing, and the foreigners that in this way foreigners can have a direct contact with Bulgarian nationals. Then we work on the human level, multi-county kitchen. Well, I think this is the most uniting and connecting factor, one of the top ones right after sex. So these are some pictures, these national costumes, and I know these people. They're from Afghanistan, from Vietnam, from the Dominican Republic. Another project that I've worked on is the multi-county map. We have mapped about 30 or 40 foreign, like restaurants where they serve food that is not Bulgarian. It comes from different countries. So we also made cartoons, like cartoon portraits of the chefs, and we organized a media campaign. We launched this map in a huge hall, and there were no seats left. Everything was booked and full. So this is one of the places, and this is a character from the multi-county map. His name is Gunjo, and Gurka is the name of the restaurant. And you know, this is the task force of the British Empire. So he decided to become he's from Nepal. He decided to become a chef, and he has adopted our culture. We have adopted from him, of course. So he likes cooking, and he says, I'm a cook, I feed you, I feed myself, so we're all alive. If I was a soldier, like my relatives, it's either that you will kill me or I will kill you. This is another of our character, Freddy Benjamin, and his restaurant is also part of this initiative. Initially, he found it very hard to communicate with Bulgarians. He was really not sure of how he would be accepted, but now he's very famous. He's brilliantly integrated here with his family, his friends. and he's a very charismatic person as well. And we organized a network. Initially we had restaurants just in Sofia, but now we're in Blagoevgrad, Plovdiv, Stara Zagora, Varna, Burgas, Veliko Trnovo, and our plan is to expand internationally. And maybe the first country that we'll go to will be Belgium. Another project that we implemented is diversity is delicious. It was a campaign to promote diversity in Bulgaria. We managed to create high quality media content because we have such people on our team. And we had media partnerships. So even if you believe that the media, Bulgarian media, are in the hands of the oligarchs, they're open to us. So we have no problems reaching them. We are an independent organization. We have no support, no political support. The Tulip Foundation has sponsored us. We're very open, so we made those print cards, and we disseminated them. So it's an Italian migrant. So we work not only with people from the Middle East, but from people all over the world. It's a beautiful video that I cannot play now, but and the last thing I would like to mention, the end of 2018, we created a multicultural center, and it's a center, event center for foreigners. It's a cultural exchange place. We have a cooking school. We have the exchange between the Bulgarian audience, the cooks, and it's also a business activity. So you can see what the cooking course. What this is, Freddy. He's cooking for Saint Nicholas Day, and I'd like to finish off by saying that integration of foreigners for the people working in for Multiculti is it's not just business. It's not just work. It's a calling, and we can see what's going on in the minds of the people who are working with, and how people open up for each other. And we know personally those people, and this boosts our enthusiasm. We will not give up because this is our mission. Let's say thank you to Panayot, and now we're just on time, and we have some questions for so we have some time for questions, for comments, if you're not too tired to ask questions. And I can tell something funny. I can tell something funny. When I was a student, I was in charge of the foreign students, the economic university, and I know people from many countries, from dozens of countries have experience. And I like to share with you a story that I like sharing. For Bulgaria, if you hear the word Negro, it's not racist because we don't have a colonial background and past. It's like you have white hair, I have glasses, so it's not racist. And I'd like to tell you how people interpret those words, because you know, if I was to tell this in the US, I would have been thrown out of this room. But there was a group of Afro-Americans, and they heard someone saying, oh, what are you up to, black monkeys? And they said, we were at the beach, at the seaside. And they said, what did you say? What did you do there? Well, we were tanning, and we became blue. And this guy who asked the question, where are you, what have you been up to, black monkeys, he was from Namibia. He was black, in fact. So if it depends who is telling those words, who is saying those words. So we have this humor bulk on the Balkans that can melt the differences. And especially foreigners, you need to feel our sense of humor, because we don't want to be superior or inferior to anyone. So that's why I told this story about this Namibian guy. Yes, but it's good that you know, people learn this mentality, because people may be offended if they don't know this mentality. So if you're very tired and you don't want to discuss any further, we can move on to the discussion and the recommendations, to the conclusion and recommendations. It depends on you. We have 10 minutes. Please introduce yourself. Good afternoon. My name is Atanaska. I'm representing the Confederation of Independent Trade Unions in Bulgaria. I was impressed with all the practices you shared and all the work you have done and the experience that you passed on to the participants is really wonderful. What I'm interested in is how integration takes place for people who I mean, integration on the in the labor market, and where's the place and role of the organization that is representing the employees and employers, and that is the trade unions. I know in Belgium, the trade unions have training centers, and they organize training for soft skills or vocational training for third country nationals. I know in Austria also they do OGB, they do something to support third country nationals. But at the same time, I'd like to hear your opinion as experts, and based on your work in the past 18 months or 24 months, what you have done as part of this project, how can this be used by trade unions? I'm not directing this question, I'm not addressing this question just to the people who spoke in the last panel, but to all of you, because you have all achieved those results that we can see in the booklet. Thank you.
And thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, now, if you would like to add something related to integration within labor market, and we can give an interpretation employment issues, how to deal with discrimination and discrimination, with intolerance and discrimination in on the labor market. As Atanaska mentioned, there are practices in Belgium and Austria. Somebody from our experts here who would like to speak? Well, this and many other issues and topics which apparently cannot be covered within a 2-day conference, although we have lifted the bar up high with the agenda. So looking into the future for recommendations and conclusions, I would like to give the floor to Emilia van Harden from the the United Nations. My name is Emilia Bratanova van Harten. I work in the field of integration of refugees in the UNHCR representation in Bulgaria. Therefore, my recommendations are based on a lot of observation and analysis of the Bulgarian context. I have a very difficult task to summarize what was said today. It was interesting, it was a lot, but it covered a lot of aspects because we spoke of different strategies and approaches in different countries that participate in the Raccombat project. But before going into details, Panayot provoked me to tell you a story which is not an entertaining story. It's a serious story. It was told to me by a taxi driver, and your taxi drivers are the places where the information in the world is kept. So I took a taxi and I kind of started talking with the taxi drivers, telling him what I did. Now, usually our work is unfamiliar to the lay public, and then he remembered a story in which he gave a ride with his taxi to a black person. He didn't know what the person worked and what he was, but then he had a call, and he said to his colleague over the phone, I'm giving a ride to a monkey right now, and continued driving. But then the client turned, the taxi driver turned to the client and said, where to? And then the client said in Bulgarian, excellent Bulgarian, well, this particular monkey wants you to drive him to the airport. And that's a very interesting story because it made the taxi driver think about his own prejudice and bias. He started thinking of what might be behind the looks of a person, regardless of what this looks are. And now going back to what was said today about integration, tolerance, fundamental human rights, taking cue from the words of Professor Van Hoyle of the connection between integration and human rights. We don't speak of human rights to be integrated. Why? Because integration is actually a combination of a multitude of human rights. You spoke of the rights to religion, to speak freely, but also to have confidentiality of personal life, and last but not least, the right to be protected against discrimination. It is considered that if all rights and all fundamental rights are observed, this would guarantee a peaceful coexistence of many people in one place. This was actually at the background of creating the international human rights system following the Second World War. Now, coexisting means that we can work in societies where tolerance and understanding is existing. Tolerance is topic broadly covered. We can perceive tolerance as tolerating someone, but it can also mean accepting someone. I will not speak of different interpretation of what tolerance is, but I would like to highlight once more that when we speak of tolerance and integration, we need to know that this is a two-direction process, because not only newcomers participate, but also members of the receiving society, the receiving community. I spent recently 1 year in the Netherlands, and I attended many conferences and workshops, but one in particular provided very interesting information of what the rate of communication and interaction of the Dutch society is with foreigners. And it turned out that the lowest rate is actually between foreigners and locals, which basically meant that foreigners would most often meet with foreigners and Dutch people would most often meet with other Dutch. This was a clear sign that the second portion of this two-direction process should be more exercised in order for integration to happen. Now, I'm going back to my words. I said that if all fundamental human rights are observed, then we would have integration, but that's not completely true. And the fact that this is not completely true is also substantiated by the Qualification Directive of the European Union, wherein it is said that a member state should have an explicit obligation to provide access to integrational program for all who have received international protection. What is this obligation, I want to ask? Well, this includes the additional effort on the part of member states to try and include newcomers into the receiving community. More specifically, this means language training, and even more specifically, this is the topic of today's conference, the civic, cultural and social integration. Again, going back to the words of Professor Van Goyle, who said that in Western European societies, focus is mostly placed on the obligation of foreigners when coming into another country, and not so much on their rights. But there is an element that we very often come across in southeastern countries, and the issue is that when we speak of obligations, there is a subsequent question: well, who is in charge to provide for the services that would guarantee that the obligations that foreigners perform their obligations? So there is an obligation for Bulgarian laws to be observed, but then the Bulgarian state is also responsible to allow for laws to be followed. Now, practically speaking, to describe what I meant is that, for example, we have a foreigner who is coming to Bulgaria, and within 6 months, this foreigner's application for international protection should be fulfilled and implemented. Now, within these 6 months, without knowing Bulgarian and without any knowledge of what the traditions and habits of Bulgarians are, how can we possibly expect that the foreigner respect or go by the order, the public order, or the habits and traditions of Bulgarians if they don't have any information about them? And a very recent example about this. The example is similar to what Florina Dragulin described. And this is an example of what happens when we don't have courses for social and cultural orientation for those who have just arrived to Bulgaria. For the purposes of this story, please understand integration as tolerance for reception of foreigners into a society. Yesterday I spoke to a group of women, foreign women, asking them how they feel in Bulgaria, what would make them stay. Some of them came to Bulgaria and then went to other countries and then were returned to Bulgaria. And one of the answers that I received from a lady who has been staying in Bulgaria for several years, and she said, in the beginning, in the very beginning, somebody had told us that a lot of mafia is existing in Bulgaria. But when we came and saw what the situation was, we saw that actually there is not much mafia members around here. Then I had an answer from another lady who traveled abroad and then was returned to Bulgaria, and she said, initially we didn't know anything about Bulgaria, so we traveled further to other countries, and nevertheless we came back, we were returned, and now having resided here for some time, we feel well accepted, and it's not that bad actually. Well, obviously this is an example that we very much need not only language skills courses but also social orientation courses, because this would be very helpful for them to get to know their way around in and out the society, the receiving society. Otherwise we would end up in a situation that these foreigners would move constantly back and forth from Bulgaria to other countries and then back, and this would be very destructive. I would like to mention the conclusions of Eurobarometer research covering all member states of the European Union on the topic of integration of third country citizens into our countries. But the indicator I was most interested in was towards the level of information, was the level of information awareness. Unfortunately, Bulgaria ranked last, with only 17% of the Bulgarian citizens who stated that they are familiar on the topic of integration of foreigners in their country, Bulgaria. Well, again, there is a twofold process, one two-direction process. One is to what extent our society is informed, and to what extent foreigners are informed. Going back to our foreign guests regarding the studies, and our guest speaker words that 94% of the Bulgarians have never met a foreigner, a refugee in person. The next question was, do you think that the integration of refugees, of foreign persons in Bulgaria is possible? And we have 90%, I'm sorry, 60% answering that it's not possible because of cultural specifics that are of great disparity to the Bulgarian. 30% said that it's possible if a set of prerequisites is in place, and 7% answered that yes, it's possible, but if there is a will on the part of the foreigner, the refugee. Now, the answer never spoke of the role of the state, whereas we speak about the role of the government, of the state continuously, and we believe that institutions, agencies and local authorities should be greatly involved in into this process of integration of refugees and foreigners. Going deeper into the Bulgarian context, I want to share with you some experience we had over the past few years, that always when we speak of integration of refugees and foreigners, we kind of tend to plunge into the political discourse. Integration instantly becomes a political issue. It's not seen as an element of various sectoral policies, and it's not thought of as a practical issue, but rather as a political one. At the same time, when we meet regularly with local authorities and institutions, when we start talking about sectoral policies, we see that actually integration does happen. How does it happen? Through allowing access to education, to the labor market, which means that purely practically, without mentioning the word integration, things can happen. And our efforts are aimed to this level exactly. It's needless to constantly speak of integration and being loud about it, but it's important to go in the field and do practical things. Another element that was covered by many of your words today is the importance of direct contact, direct interaction between the receiving society and the newcomers, be they asylum seekers, protection seekers. Last but not least, there is another dichotomy I would like to talk about, and that's the disparity between the existing legislation and the actual application of this legislation. Again, in Bulgarian context, we have a 2017 regulation that regulates the integration of refugees within Bulgarian society. We speak of refugees specifically. There are many things lacking in this regulation. However, it's a good framework that would provide for the responsibilities of the competent body for refugees, and the responsible body is one of the deputy prime ministers, supported by a special purpose group under the Council of Ministers. However, this never came to life, and we need to make recommendations. One recommendation is that if something's been prescribed by the Bulgarian legislation, let's make so that it actually happens. Then the gap analysis for the legislation. What else is needed to provide for successful integration? We know that the list of factors is long, and it requires the purposeful effort of both sides, both parties, all parties, and again going to a special recommendation, with special reference to Bulgaria. The good practices that we heard of, realized by Bulgarian NGOs, and regardless of these examples, what we are lacking in Bulgaria, that's the self-initiated provision of assistance at the central level in Bulgaria and by the local authorities. What's very important for us, and what's very important for integration to indeed happen, is to have a coordinating body, the one that we don't have right now. Resulting therefrom, it's really difficult to know which institution is responsible not only to provide for the processes to happen, but also to address our requests too. But we do this. We request various things from various associations, yours too. We also need targeted assistance to those who have received international protection status, which is not currently provided for by the Bulgarian legislation referring to integration. What do I mean? What's included in the regulation, but also what's included in the action action plan for integration of protection receiving individuals, and the integration strategy. The current period of the strategy will expire in 2020, and we need to advocate for its renewal in order to include other areas that need intervention. But according to the Bulgarian legislation, all who receive protection should also be able to avail of the rights that Bulgarian citizens have. That's access to healthcare, access to education, to social benefits and assistance, and employment. You might have noticed that there is no access to Bulgarian language courses, access to courses for social orientation, civil orientation as well, and access to assisted accommodation. And that's actually the right time to ask, what integration are we talking about if people don't have places to be accommodated at, or if they do not know Bulgarian? We've pointed this out in discussions with our partners. We have had 20 or so cases of people left homeless after having received protection status, and that's it's an issue of urgent concern. It refers to the level of support which local authorities should be able to provide to persons in need. According to the 2017 regulation, there is a mechanism, and this mechanism provides for the major role of local authorities when it comes to providing for the needs of individuals with protection status. But it's a novelty. Local authorities had never before had this particular responsibility, and they're not aware as to how they should play the main role in this process. But on the other hand, they tend to not be so interested into learning of how to provide for their responsibility. There is a lack of interest, and we have to intervene in this field together with NGOs. I listed several policies in the field of integration of people receiving protection status, but there is a recommendation that all the actions should be coordinated, because we have provisions in the action plan, we have provisions in the strategy, we have provisions in the national program for financing under the European Fund for Shelter, Protection and Migration, and these come as dispersed pieces of information that are not coherent. One document is not coherent with the other. We informed about this inconsistency, and we've officially filed this recommendation to the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Social Policy and Labour, being co-presiding institutions of the Council for Migration and Integration in Bulgaria, and we are calling for consistency of all the documents concerning the integration and social orientation. Then we are underfinanced when it comes to targeted financial assistance to be provided to foreign persons. There is one small-scale program for training and education of foreigners. However, it's intended to be used by employers who hire foreigners, and employers under this program receive the minimum salary for Bulgaria for 1 year time if they hire foreigners. But for all other activities, we are greatly lacking financing, and we depend on funds from the European Union. And we've forwarded an official recommendation for any form of governmental funding or any other funding through different funds. And we believe that financing and funding should be made more easily available so that local authorities feel better to apply for this financing. So probably it's good to have a more flexible mechanism, one that would support local authorities even if they work with as little as 10 foreign individuals on the territory of their municipalities. One recommendation is the drafting and compiling information to be made available for both foreigners and the local community as to what is migration, what is shelter, what is integration, but that is something that is being done and should continue. We learned about excellent practices from Austria, from Belgium, and maybe this could be transferred over to Bulgaria with not substantial financing. Maybe it would be possible to organize study visits and training of representatives of institutions that greatly deal with human rights. That's probably the Ombudsman's office that received the category A1 certification from Paris authority, which means that the Bulgarian Ombudsman will be part of the Committee of the Human Rights, meaning that the Ombudsman voice will be heard when it comes to infringement of human rights in Bulgaria. Maybe we could involve police authorities as well. It shouldn't be that difficult to organize visits to a local police department, or maybe invite policemen to participate in one or the other session of training course or information awareness course. Another format could be the Stats Club or the City Talks, easy tool, one that breaks the ice and jumps over barriers, and direct contact is extremely important to that end as well. Something that was not mentioned, but directly refers to your words, Mr. Bossinger, that we need to talk with refugees, not only about refugees. In different member states, there are associations of migrants or refugees. They are either independent associations, formations, or they're part of a municipality. But one way or the other, their voice can be heard whenever decisions are taken that they may be subject of. We need to take into consideration this in Bulgaria, if possible, to realize it all. And I intended to say something. The Center for the Study of Democracy have developed a wonderful product that was not mentioned until this very moment, but Miriana will tell us. Yes, I will speak about this in my wrap-up, and we will show you. As it often happens in the world of projects, it turned out that we have a more theoretical and conceptual initiative, one that we are financing
finalizing with today's conference. But along with this, we have a more practically oriented initiative. That's the model for social and cultural orientation of refugees and migrants. This is a strictly oriented course towards integration specialists, and we've developed a book, and if you would like to receive a copy of this book that we distribute among a targeted audience, please write to us. We have the book, both hard copy and electronic, and we can provide one for you if that's of interest. And to conclude, there are a few things I would like to say. I would like to take a cue from Mr. Leroud's words in the very beginning of today's conference, something that also Athene mentioned in her presentation. Every time we want to advance forward in the field of integration, something else happens, something with the nature of a crisis. Yes, in Bulgaria this too happened. A few years back we had a big influx of migrants, and occasionally this political discourse that we mentioned is destructive. But this is the time when we need to start to be critical thinkers. Critical thinking can actually help us counteract these parallel realities, parallel, misleading and non-existing realities. And there is also a level of hypocrisy. There is a hypocrisy that is confusing the situation even more. Yesterday I uploaded information about this, about our live streaming, about our conference live streaming today. It's a sponsored advertising on Facebook, you know. It's paid advertising. But this application of mine was not accepted automatically because it contained the words racism and xenophobia. I had to apply in a more complex way, which basically meant that our well-meant, good intention event could not be advertised easily compared to other ill practices. So apparently the issue of discrimination, racism, xenophobia is irritating the lay audience, and maybe you've heard words similar to that of the taxi driver or some hairdressers. I've been asked many times by my hairdresser, how can you live among so many refugees? And we hear comments about refugees and foreigners all the time. People say they should start speaking Bulgarian because they're in Bulgaria while they're speaking their own language. So apparently discrimination and intolerance is all around us. So what's the way out? The way out is through critical thinking. We hope that what we were able to draft together with our colleagues over the previous 2-year-long initiative would contribute to a better critical thinking and a more sober view over the processes in our society. And now extend my gratitude to our wonderful partners and teams of partners from 6 member states and other member states as well. I'm deeply grateful to all of them because without their partnership we wouldn't have been able to present such a broad perspective overview of the situation on a European scale. I would like to extend my special gratitude to all the stakeholders who've taken up
so much of their time to tell us, to give us practical information, who spared their time to visit different events within the framework of this project, but also this final conference. We want to thank Bulgarian partners and Bulgarian stakeholders. We want to thank everyone from the Center for the Study of Democracy, the entire team, also to my colleagues from this small legal advisors team, but also the team who developed the module for social and cultural orientation. Today we want to also thank our colleagues from the web streaming company, also to the interpreters who can only see us on the monitors, for being able to cope with this sophisticated terminology from field of sociology, law, etc. Thank you, everyone. And I'm very grateful for this journey we've had together. Let's continue this journey in one way or another. I fully side with Mirjana in her words. For all participants and partners, I'm grateful too. They were an excellent driving force for the Raccombat process and the successful outcomes therefrom. And to wish all of you a wonderful stay in Sofia. For those of you who are staying, have a wonderful evening, all of you. Hope to meet you soon to see further progress and good